right, good morning. So we're going to get rolling here. So I'm going to call to order the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners meeting on Friday, May 5th, 2023. I'm going to ask Commissioner Walther to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Department wants to do the roll.
Chairman Caviglia,
Here.
Vice Chair Rogers,
Here.
Commissioner Walther, Commissioner McMinch,
Here.
Commissioner East, Commissioner Keel, Commissioner Booth, Commissioner Wise. Here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Barnes is going to be absent this weekend. Would the County Advisory Board members in attendance please stand and announce themselves?
Jim Cooney, Elko. Kevin Carr, Douglas County. Gene Green, Carson City. Jim Bush, Mineral. Ken McLean, Lander. Steve Malloy, Clark County. Joe Green, Bergen.
And then do we have any CAB members on Zoom? Nope. All right. That will go to agenda item number 2, approval of the agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. And I do have one change. At the request of the department, we're going to remove the department activity report to the end of agenda item number 6. Yes. Exactly. A becomes J and everything else shuffles up. Yeah. All right. Any additional questions or comments on the agenda? All right, seeing none. Any public comment in Reno on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Any public? Okay.
Go ahead, Jana.
Hi, Mr. Chair, Jana Wright, Clark County. The video portion of this meeting, I can't get it. So I don't know if there's still some problems left over from the legislative committee meeting, but I can hear you loud and clear, but no video. Thank you.
And I guess, is that a matter of the Zoom link or the YouTube link?
It's up right now. It wasn't, but they've got it up right now. It should be fine. She
Okay.
should be able to hear it or see it. But I'll work with her.
Okay. Any additional public comment on Zoom? Is that it? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Yeah, if there's no other items or discussion, I'll go ahead and move to make a motion for approval of today's agenda for Friday, May 5th, 2023, with the one noted change of 6A to the end or right after 6J.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Agenda item number 3, approval of minutes for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the March 10th and 11th, 2023, and the April 11th, 2023 meetings. Number A, I guess, agenda item number 3A, March 10th and 11th, 2023 commission meeting minutes. Chairman Tommy Caviglia for possible action. The commission will review and may approve the commission meeting minutes. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the May meeting minutes? Go ahead.
Okay, I believe this is the May one. 3A is the March, sorry. Okay, so I was not in attendance on that Friday. I just want to make sure that that was noted. I was there Saturday, but I did not participate on Friday. And then I think, sorry. No, on agenda item number 8, which is page 22, it doesn't have me or Commissioner Barnes absent, and I think we were both absent in March. And then, you know what, honestly, I didn't even look to make sure I was, yeah, it doesn't clearly state that I was absent throughout. But if you could just double check that. And I think that was it for March. Yep.
I have one real quick on March. On page 25, when we took the vote on AB 102, it's the very top of the page. It says Vice Chair Rogers, Commissioner Booth, and Commissioner Keel dissented. That was actually Vice Chair Rogers, myself, and Commissioner Keel. So we just need that correction.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's all I had.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Chairman, so on page 29, the second paragraph up, Commissioner McNinch mentioned the reason why there was a limit on trumpeter swans was due to population levels being low. I think I was trying to make a broader point there, that the reason, because we were talking about the inconvenience of checking swans and stuff like that, and I was trying to make the point that it's just an unfortunate result of conservation success. And because we have trumpeter swans, our conservation efforts are working, and we're seeing something that's not normally here, is the reason why we have to go through these checks. And so, it's a sweet and sour thing. I mean, we've had success, and therefore we got to do these checks that allow us to take more trumpeter swans, and that's because of success we've had. So I was trying to make a point that the fact that we're having to go through this is because of good things have happened. So the tolerance is good on that one, if any people could be tolerant. So that was my only note.
Any additional questions or comments specific to the March 10th and 11th meeting minutes?
I'll just state that I'd be abstaining, so absent.
Okay. All right, with that, I will take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment on the March 10th and 11th meeting minutes? Cab comment on Zoom? No? All right, any public comment on the March 10th and 11th meeting minutes? Okay, seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, so I'm gonna bring the March 10th and 11th meeting minutes back to the commission. Commissioner East?
Okay, I'll move to approve the March 2023 meeting minutes with the noted changes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Walther abstaining from the vote. So agenda item number 3B, April 11th, 2023 commission meeting minutes for possible action. The commission will review and may approve commission meeting minutes. Any questions or comments on the April 11th meeting minutes?
Yes.
Commissioner East.
Thank you. Okay. On page 5, down the second paragraph up, I'm not sure if there was something left off, but the second sentence, it just ends. This is not what the bill currently says, and I'm concerned that so I'm not sure if there was additional words that should have been included, or just, so maybe Commissioner McNinch can clarify.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or thank you, Commissioner East. I did have that noted too. I think just removing, he was concerned that there.
Yeah.
If we remove that little portion, then the sentence flows back, so.
I'm concerned. Okay. And then on page 7, down under in the third paragraph, the third or fourth line down, affects a variety of statutes. That should say statutes in that sentence instead of statues. and NRS. And then under Administrator Knight, there just needs to be a space, current process. On page 8, same thing, just some of the spaces are left out, and I think it's because of the right justification in that paragraph that starts Secretary Janae stated, second line. And then on the next page, under AB 355, it says the legislative committee added the bill to the tracking sheet, but will need to discuss as a commission. I think it says 9, I wrote over the top of it. And then, so it should be will. And I want to say that's it. Just spacing issues mostly. Okay, yeah, that's it for that one.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you. So on page 14, there were 2 motions made, one at the top of the page, and then the very next one down. The top one was left without a vote, and I think the reason for that is that the second motion was really a clarification of the original one up at the top, but it's not real clear. It kind of comes off as maybe we were trying to do 2 votes there, and I think that the bottom one was just more of trying to clarify the intent of the original one. So I just wanted to note that in the record, that we didn't leave a vote hanging somewhere.
Okay.
Okay.
And these are, whoever's doing these minutes, the paraphrasing is great. It really is.
Yeah.
You're doing a nice job. It's real easy to read them, and it really captures a lot of what we're talking about and stuff. So really appreciate that effort, because it's not trying to track verbatim all the time, and it's really, it works for me anyway. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I agree completely. Any additional commission questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment on the April 11th, 2023 meeting minutes? Okay, seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, if there's no other discussion or comment, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval of the April 11, 2023 Commission meeting minutes with the noted changes that were discussed.
Okay, motion by Vice Chair Rogers, second by Commissioner East. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Go to agenda item number 4, member items, announcements, and correspondence, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Alan Janae may also be discussed. And I haven't got anything since the last meeting. It's been kind of crickets, so. Anyone else have anything? Anything with the department or? No? All right. Agenda item number 5, county advisory boards to manage wildlife member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any CAB member items in Reno?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Jim Cooney, Elko Cab. One of the things that, and I'm not sure, and I've gotten conflicting information as to how to go about the process that we would like to see initiated, has to do with the elk management plans, specifically the elk management sub-plans with regards to Elko County. And we'd like to get that process up and rolling. I've been told that the director is the one that may be able to initiate this. I've been told the commission, I don't know. I'm bringing that forward to you, but we are ready and would like to start the review process of the elk management subplans. Okay? We'll see what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Do we have cabs on Zoom?
Ryan Brown is on
Okay.
Zoom.
10-4. All right, with that, we're gonna go to agenda item number 6, reports. We're gonna go to 6B, litigation report, Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett, informational. A report will be provided on the Nevada Department of Wildlife litigation.
Thank you, Chair Cavilla. We're going to make this short and sweet. We're going to get ready to give a little demonstration for you after this on the next agenda item, and I know you guys have a lot to talk about today. Litigation-wise, this very small litigation report, proud to say. Item number 1 is a case involving the Walker River tribal claims for additional water rights. We are very close to settlement of that decades-old case. Not my case. Tony Walsh, who's my colleague, handles that with Director Janae, who will be here later and can answer any questions if you have any further in-depth questions about it. But we are very close to it. We actually have, Governor's Office has got involved most recently to assist us in settlement of that case. We're having a meeting that I'm attending because unfortunately Tony Walsh is leaving our office. So I will be taking over this case temporarily until another water law attorney is engaged. But we are close to settlement in that case, which we're excited to say. So that's good news. And then the only other item is the guide issue of Mr. Collard that you guys made a decision on last year in Boulder City. We've moved the oral argument for that up to next month, so we'll have oral argument on that, and we'll have a decision from the 8th Judicial District Court of Clark County on that, probably within a month after that hearing. And that's it for the litigation report. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Dag Burkett? All right, seeing none, we're gonna go to agenda item number 6C, edible portions report, Black Bear and Mountain Lions, Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett, informational. A report will be provided on Nevada's requirements for edible portions of harvested black bears and mountain lions. And I guess real quick, just to start it off, I think it was in January, we had a discussion. Craig told us he was gonna do some research. He did. We were provided the report. I think it was public information as well, but it was very detailed, and I thought it was worthwhile to put it on the agenda and have a discussion about, so.
So thank you. Again, in another effort at self-flagellation, I apologize for giving the wrong advice, which I'm very 100% clear was the wrong advice 2 commission meetings ago. Again, I want to apologize to this commission. I did a 10-minute review of the law and got it wrong. And so since then, poor Caitlin Pawnee, who's here, our paralegal from the Nevada Attorney General's office, and I have gone down a rabbit hole and spent hundreds of hours looking at every Western state, looking at our wanton waste statutes. I think it's fair to say this is the 10th revision of our memo because we wanted to make sure that we got everything perfectly right for you all, and I think we are satisfied now that it's bulletproof. But just two little caveats before I let Caitlin talk to you about our proposals and ideas and summary of the law. One is we included mountain lions in this report, even though Commissioner East was curious about the status of law as it related to black bears, because a member of the public had asked us to do so. And I don't want you all to take that, of course, the Attorney General's office and my job is not to create policy. We don't have opinions on policy. This is your job. So our inclusion of the mountain lion discussion was purely based on a member of the public asking us to do so. So just wanted to be very clear about that. We included mountain lions in a discussion of that on that basis. And with that, I will let Caitlin take over for us and give you a very short PowerPoint on the issue. We know you guys have a very busy agenda. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Caviglia and Commissioners. My name is Caitlin Pawnee. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you. As mentioned, I have a quick PowerPoint that illustrates the information previously provided in the memo. Agenda item 6C. I was asked by Craig Burkett to conduct research about consuming edible portions of black bears and mountain lions. Today we will briefly cover laws in the Western United States surrounding this topic, including Nevada Revised Statute 503050 and Nevada Administrative Code 5030047. We will then provide a suggestion for requiring the harvest of edible portions for these game mammals through Nevada law. We surveyed 11 Western states. In 7 out of 11 of these states, black bear meat is required to be harvested. A table of these states and their laws has been compiled as Exhibit 2 to the memo. In 4 out of 11 Western states, mountain lion meat is required to be harvested. The table compiled for these laws is Exhibit 3 to the memo. Nevada law does not currently require the harvest of edible portions of these big game mammals. We believe there was a concern regarding trichinosis. This may be the reason for exclusion. How other states address this issue is also included in the memo. This is our wanton waste statute in Nevada, NRS 503050. The first section deals with individuals who fail to use edible portions of meat. The second section includes the language capture or destroy, which is a different scenario than the first subsection. It includes the converse of subsection 1, which says that you cannot remove certain parts of the animal and leave the rest to waste. This statute addresses two things: careless waste of edible portions and removing parts of the animal, such as the antlers, and leaving the remainder in the field. It is clear the intent of the statute is to prevent wanton waste of game. Our interpretation of this statute is that Nevada does not require the harvest of edible portions of black bears and mountain lions. In subsection 2, the exception for carnivores added in 1969 applies to both bears and mountain lions, as they are taxonomically classified as being in the order Carnivora. We don't think this exception was specific to these animals, as it wasn't until 2011 that black bear hunting was established in Nevada. NEC 5030047 defines how the term edible portion applies to both big game mammals and game mammals. Mountain lions and bears are classified as both, which can lead to some confusion in interpreting the regulation. Wolves, peccaries, and rabbits are the only animals listed that do not fall under this dual classification. We're going to discuss the exception included in subsection 1A and this board's proposed regulation drafted in 2009. Here we have the relevant text of NEC 5030047 interpreting edible portions. We can see the separate interpretations for big game mammals and game mammals in subsections 1A and 1B. Being that black bears and mountain lions are classified as both, there can be a question as to subsection 1B then applying, since they are excluded in the exception in 1A. The agency draft of the proposed regulation lends some clarity. LCB file number R04109 includes the word other in section B, leading to the inference that the intent was to exclude bears and mountain lions from both interpretations of edible portions. This has been attached to the memo as Exhibit 4. In two different sections of the NEC, we see big game mammal and game mammal defined. Bears and mountain lions, among others, fall under both classifications. Wolves, peccaries, and rabbits are the only mammals not classified as both. We understand the Commission wanted us to consider whether Nevada requires edible portions of black bears be retained. We were also asked to consider mountain lions. If this board desires edible portions of these mammals be retained, we found a simple way to be amending NRS 503050 to replace the word carnivore with gray wolves, and NAC 5030047 at subsection 1A to remove the phrase except mountain lions and black bears. Arizona and Montana laws offer clarity in their statutory language. These have been included in Exhibit 5 to the memo. A visual representation of these changes has been included as Exhibit 1. Here you see the word carnivore is replaced with gray wolf in the statute, and the exception for mountain lions and black bears is removed from the regulation. This can be changed as the board sees fit. We wanted to provide an example of a simple suggestion. Thank you for your time today. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Caitlin. And thank you for putting the report together. I'm sure it was a lot of work, so I cannot imagine. Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner East.
Okay, thank you, because I know I asked that question, and I kind of had forgotten that I was the one that asked that question. A lot has happened in that time frame, but do we have any idea how many people remove the edible portion of either of these animals?
I think we do. We did hear, I think it was in one of the predator management meetings, I recall there was a summary done of black bear retention, and it was 85% was my recollection. I don't know what the other
85%.
commissioners remember, but it was something along those lines. So that was, I think, self-reported by Sportsman in Nevada, and I think the department may have that information somewhere.
Okay.
Pat's here. As far as mountain lions, I went ahead and did a little background research because I was requested by a CAB member to do this research. I did contact a few of the guides in the state just to see what their mountain lion guides, to see what their retention rate was of mountain lions. And it did depend upon the guide. One of the guides reported he retained every mountain lion that was shot on the hill and ate every mountain lion. Others said less than that. But I can tell you that the guides I spoke to did support the idea. Now, I'm not speaking for the Guides Association, and again, I don't make policy. I'm just telling you what they told me. That I'm not telling the commission anything about what you should or should not do. I'm just telling you the information I was provided. So as it relates to the mountain lions, I think it's going to be a mixed bag. I think is the fair way to describe that.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments?
I just want to kind of, so we were hoping to come back to you and say you could change this by regulation. And we had seen the use of the term carnivore. And we thought, Caitlin and I had the brilliant idea, well, wait, a bear's not a carnivore, it's an omnivore. So are we good to go there if we change that language? But Carl Lackey disabused me and pointed out that they're taxonomically in the order Carnivora, and that's why I'm sure in 1969, when the statute was created, they used that term. So we couldn't get there. So the commission on its own, unfortunately, couldn't change the law here. I'm sad to say that to you if you did want to change the law. You would have to go back to the legislature, get a new bill draft request on this issue, and then go forth and change your regulation. I think you could probably do it by statute. Well, no, you'd have to change your regulation because it says except for mountain lions and black bears. And whatever you want to do with mountain lions. But I just kind of wanted to say that you could do that, but I would suggest if a bill draft request does get designed, Montana and Arizona have great laws. It's very clear. Our language, I think, is just prehistoric. The destroyer capture stuff, I don't think that captures what we really are trying to get at with wanton waste statutes. I don't know why they use the language destroyer capture in the second section of 503050. I think the first section speaks to this sort of negligent failure to retain edible portions. That sort of makes sense to me. But other states do it much more clearly in a much better manner to get at what they're really trying to do with their wanton waste statute. So I would recommend that we use Montana or Arizona's laws down the line. They're great. Just some more food for thought. Thank you.
Any additional questions, Dak Burkett or Caitlin? Seeing none, thank you again. Really appreciate it. All right, with that, we're gonna go to agenda item number 6D, Gordon Darby presentation. Gordon Darby represented Mitch Strobel and Data and Technology Services Administrator Kim Munoz, informational. A representative of the department's new contracted licensing vendor will provide an overview of the company and their plans on supporting the department for the remainder of the contract.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Chief. I'm happy to report that our Calcami contract was assigned to Gordon Darby back in the middle of March. And so Mitch Strobel is here to give you a presentation on Gordon Darby and let you know a little bit about that company. With that, here's Mitch.
Chairman Caviglia, members of the commission, for the record, Mitch Strobel with Gordon Darby.
And for the record, Zach Lambert with Gordon Darby.
Really grateful for your time today, and over the next few minutes, we'll just be providing an update about Nevada's contracted licensing system, AMS, or Agency Management Solutions. And as Kim indicated, with the approval of the department and BOE, as of March 15th, 2023, Calcami Enterprises entered into an agreement with Gordon Darby for the purchase of the AMS assets. And what this means in plain English is that the AMS system that you have used over the past handful of years will stay the same in Nevada. To be clear, we are not changing the system. It's just the owner of the contract. So think of this more as a transfer of contract. And this enables the department to continue with the system through the scheduled extensions built into the original contract. Furthermore, the staff that work on the AMS system also transfer with this deal, hence why Zach and I are able to be here to speak to you today. So next, I'd just like to tell you a little bit about Gordon Darby. Founded in 1982, and with the addition of the AMS team, over 250 employees. Now, fourth bullet down, I wanted to include just some details about Gordon Darby's existing contracts to set the context about our interest in the fish and wildlife space and how we got there. As you can see, a lot of contracts in the vehicle emissions testing space, and this is really Gordon Darby's history as a custom development and engineering shop, work hand in hand with states to build specific systems for the management of environmental quality control, vehicle emissions, and testing. You can see with Texas, our partnership with the Commission for Environmental Quality. Through that, we became aware of an opportunity in 2012 with the Texas Parks and Wildlife, entertained an RFP, submitted a bid for that RFP, and were awarded the contract through a competitive bid solicitation. And that was Gordon Darby's first contract in the fish and wildlife space. Now with the addition of AMS, we have 4 fish and wildlife or hunting and fishing license contracts with the addition of Nevada, New York, and Massachusetts. The other thing I'd like to point out with these contracts, I think this is a really good indicator of Gordon Darby's operational mindset and philosophy, one that we as AMS are very happy to be a part of. You can see a lot of repeated and renewed contracts here. I believe that's a result of Gordon Darby's prioritization of current contracts over new business. In fact, the AMS acquisition was only possible because their current contracts allowed the operational flexibility to take on this acquisition. So we're very excited about what this means, not just for our team and the platform, but for our state partners as well. And before I hand it over to Zach to talk through more of the operational timeline of this transition, I just want to acknowledge that we have a great partner with Calcami. This transition has been very thoughtfully planned with all of the state's timelines and key events in mind. This is not a rip the Band-Aid move from House 1 to House 2 overnight. And it's about a 6-month process taking into consideration things like the draw. So we have intentional steps to ensure that certain functions will be supported by Calcami, until we reach a point in time where we reduce the risk associated with some of the transition of key deliverables. I'll now hand it over to Zach, who oversees our AMS operations.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. And for the record, Zach Lambert. As Mitch mentioned, we are in a bit of a transition phase working with Calcami Enterprises. Both parties are working really well together to ensure the success of our operations, especially during this busy time for the state of Nevada while we're going through our draw application period. And I just wanted to highlight a few pieces of that transition. I'm quite grateful, first and foremost, that people have been in the forefront of this transition with both organizations. And so all of the employees who have supported and operated the system that you know today have transferred over to Gordon Darby. So the subject matter expertise is there. We don't have to reteach people on how Nevada's draw works. We have all of that knowledge here in-house. The other people aspect that I did want to mention, and Mitch alluded to it, and I appreciate that, Mitch, is the public and the people at the agency. Just to reiterate again, the system is not changing. I believe that it takes people about 3 years to get used to a new system. We don't want to disrupt anything with the public and have them go through a transition again along with the agency. So the system will continue to be in place through the remainder of our contract and any extensions. The only difference really being that the team who has always operated the system now has a different organization backing them. The largest part of this transition, you'll see we have information technology here. This is going to be the largest part, and the most critical aspects of it are complete, and in fact, we are ahead of schedule on the IT portion of the transition. The most critical aspect being moving the servers that host the infrastructure that the system runs on, moving those from Calcami's organization over to Gordon Darby. That was completed before the application period began. So if you've submitted a big game application this year, you have done so and your application was processed on Gordon Darby's actual servers during that time. Now, that being the most critical portion of it, there are still some ancillary technology services that we have strategically chosen to use this 180-day transition timeline to migrate. The most obvious of which to everybody in this room and the public is going to be our email system, for example. Emails are critical. It's how folks get their receipt or confirmation for applying. It's how people know their draw results. We didn't want to rip and replace anything with something so critical. So Calcami's mail gun system still will be delivering the emails from the system. So if you receive a draw results email from calcami.com, nothing to be alarmed about. That is all accounted for in our transition timeline as we go through all of that. Another important aspect of the transition is how do we support our end users? How do we support the public? Now, 9 times out of 10, if you call our customer service number to get help with your application, you're going to speak to an inbound employee. But Gordon Darby staff does supplement the customer support process, mainly on weekends, after hours. And a good bit of our staff who were previously in the call center at Calcami have transitioned over to Gordon Darby. So we have retained some of that subject matter expertise. And as we look to scale that team up, some folks who have remained at Calcami will continue working in that support. And that also includes things like our phone lines that Calcami is still assisting with until we migrate that over. We don't anticipate the numbers to change, but it's still a Calcami-owned number while we transition that. And some of our other customer support systems. Additionally, fulfillment. So we actually have completed the transition of our fulfillment operations. This is going to be your mailings of your licenses, big game tag mailouts, and vessel registration mailouts. I will shamelessly plug in. I wouldn't expect to receive your big game tags until about middle of June. We get a lot of questions on that. We have the 1-week return period after the draw before we can start printing and mailing. So I'm just going to plug that in there as well. But we have transitioned all of our fulfillment operations to Gordon Darby, and we are operating out of a new office space that we have acquired in the DFW area for that. And our team is, as we speak, printing and mailing license orders that folks are submitting today. And operationally, no change in day-to-day operations. Myself and my team have all come over in the transition. I will still be able to work closely with the department, the commission. I will still be the administrator of the system. I'll still run the draw and give the draw results updates at the August commission meeting. And we will be continuing as a remote organization. Gordon Darby is based in Louisville, Kentucky, but we do have our satellite office in the DFW area now as well that a lot of our team will be working out of. And to conclude that, I would just like to say on behalf of myself and Mitch, we're both very grateful for the opportunity to continue working with the state of Nevada, and we're just happy to be here today. And I think with that, we would wrap it up with any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mitch or Zach? Commissioner East.
Thanks, it's good to see you guys. Hey, how long, or what's the length of your contract with NDOW? Do you know what the?
Are we okay to speak to that?
Sorry.
Yep. It's part of it.
Thanks for the question. For the record, Kim Munoz, Deputy Chief. Chief of, I don't even know what I do anymore. It's big game season. The Chief Data and Technology Services. So the current contract actually expires in August of this particular year. We're working on extending that for a 2-year period.
Okay.
So we're planning on that to go to July's BOE, Board of Examiners, for an extension.
Okay, thanks. Do you anticipate, or does Gordon Darby anticipate staying, I mean, if the contract were approved for another, let's say, 4 or 5 years, are they considering that? Again, I'm having a hard time spitting out my words too.
Is the question to the department or is the question to Gordon Darby?
Gordon Darby.
I can take that. For the record, Mitch Strobel. Yes, any extensions that are approved, Gordon Darby has already communicated our interest in renewing.
Okay.
And I believe that there are 2 2-year extensions. We're currently looking at the first of those 2. And then if the department wishes, Gordon Darby would also be interested in the second of those 2-year renewals, which would be a total of 4 years.
Okay, okay, yeah, I want to look at the continuity of everything. It was such a hard transition for a lot of people. I think especially our sportsmen, it was a little bit harder for some of them than others, but I just wanted to understand the continuity. Thanks.
Any addition? Vice Chair Rogers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just had 2 questions. The first one, it seems like everything is basically staying the same, and the system and a lot of the folks. But, knowing that we are right in the midst of getting ready to go through the draw process, maybe a tough question, but how confident are you that this will be a seamless process for our draw coming up, knowing the change that y'all are undertaking?
Good.
Let's both tackle it. You
Okay.
first.
Yeah, my level of confidence is really high, and I think as Mitch will tell you, I'm kind of a worrywart. So if I'm telling you my confidence is high, I feel really good. We have already executed several test runs of the draw with dummy data, and all of that scales very well to the volume of applications that we expect to receive, particularly in the next few days as everybody gets in at the last minute. That all has gone very well without issue, and normally we would expect issues to arise when you're operating maybe on new servers or things of that nature, but everything has been quite well, and we've actually been able to benefit from several performance improvements also on the new infrastructure. So I do feel a very high degree of confidence in that regard.
I'd like to add to that as well, just to reiterate that as part of the discussions between organizations and all of our states, the draw was really a top key item as part of the discussion. And most of our discussions revolved around making that happen and protecting it. So with the commitment from CalComI as part of this transition, and then the resources from Gordon Darby, and frankly from our state partners as well, we've thoroughly tested and we're working ahead of schedule on the hosting transition. So we're all very confident that it'll be business as usual.
Good. And my second question real quickly is you mentioned the commitment with Gordon Darby to keep the CalComI system in place at least till the end of the contract. And now Sounds like the contract comes up in August, and whether it's approved or not, but just curious, does Gordon Darby have their own proprietary system separate from Calcami, or is the intent to continue with Calcami into the future?
Gordon Darby does have their own system that they built for the state of Texas. And with the addition of AMS, it offers downstream opportunity as approved by the department to, cross-promote some of that functionality, but they are treated as two different systems. So we will be staying on the AMS system, but looking for opportunities to, innovate on both of those systems. And downstream, nobody can predict 4 or 5 years out, but as a custom development shop, we believe there are going to be some more opportunities to expand the system to Nevada's favor.
Any additional questions or comments? Alan?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, Alan Janae. I just want to voice my appreciation with the way this transfer's gone, with Zach and Mitch coming over. Literally, as I was contemplating a new director, this was probably one of the things that worried me the most. And with the transfer, with these guys going to Gordon Darby, the continuity and personalities, the continuity and system, it took a lot off of my anxiety. And I believe that the discussions we've had, we believe the integrity of this draw is going to be solid. We'll continue to have NDL representatives involved and part of the process in that draw. But what we're seeing, like they say with the test draws, everything seems to be going very well, and we're very happy with the change, and we look forward to the future, and we're so glad the continuity and personalities. So to Mitch and Zach both, they've been great partners for the years, and this is just continuing forward, and we look forward to that. So thank you.
All right, and then I just have to get a plug in. I think we have the best draw system in the West, because I put in about every Western state, and I can tell you what, Nevada's website is the absolute easiest, bar none. I mean, if other people put in out of state, you know what I'm talking about. So, and I do expect all my rejection emails to be coming, but I still put in Westwide every year, but I plug it every year. Your guys' system is best. So thank you, Mitch and Zach, for coming in today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a quick break. So let's come back at 10 o'clock. We'll take a 7-minute break. good now?
Yeah, thank you. I was
All right, we're gonna get rolling again. We're gonna go to agenda item number 6E, Legislative Committee Report, Committee Chairwoman Tiffany East for possible action. A report will be presented on the committee's recent meetings. The commission may review bills of interest and any associated amendments, consider legislative committee recommendations, and may take official positions on those bills. The commission may also choose to develop platforms on bills by supporting or opposing general concepts. Bill and BDR language may be viewed online. With that, Commissioner East.
Thank you. And I'm going to have Kaylee Musso, got it right this time, walk us through our tracking sheet. And then we'll come back to a couple of bills that we discussed in our committee meeting this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner East. Kaylee Musso for the record. I apologize for missing the committee meeting this morning. I was down at the legislature for our budget closing. So I just wanted to thank Allie for taking over for that again. And then thank you guys for your patience. I'll briefly go through the tracking sheet. There have been a few updates since it had to be noticed. So I'll just briefly run through that and then we can come back to any bills that you guys would like to discuss. So starting with SB 334, that passed the Senate floor. SB 176 has an exemption effective, so it has to be heard in Senate Finance. AB 102 failed the first deadline. SB 311, this one is the bill that allows a person to transfer his or her tag to a junior. It also has a portion requiring online hunter safety. That one has an exemption effective, so that will have to go to Senate Finance as well. The commission supports that bill with an amendment for in-person firearm safety. SB 269 was heard this week in Assembly Natural Resources. I just wanted to put on the record that there was an amendment offered to leave in exemptions for hunting and then also training. The training was offered as a conceptual amendment verbally, but Senator Orangel has committed to leaving those two exemptions as is currently. SB 141 failed the first deadline. AB 387 passed through the Assembly. AB 221 is the invertebrate bill, and that has an exemption effective, so that will go to Ways and Means before into the Senate. Assembly Bill 112 is the wildlife crossings bill, also has an exemption effective, so that will go to Ways and Means also before the Senate. AB 70, which is the predator fee bill, passed through the Assembly. SB 88, there's an error on the tracking sheet. I have on there Senate final passage, but it actually has an exemption effective and will need to be heard in Senate Finance. SB 90, the state horse bill has made it through the Senate and is in the Assembly. SB 338 relating to off-highway vehicles was heard in Assembly Growth and Infrastructure yesterday afternoon. The commission has no position on that bill. SB 312 failed the first deadline, and just to make a note of it, that was the deadhead and carcass bill. SB 421 also failed the first deadline. Assembly Bill 349, which is the Conservation Foundation bill, has an exemption effective and will need to be heard in Ways and Means. SB 224 revised the makeup of the commission, and that failed the first deadline. SJR 2 passed the Senate floor. Senate Bill 294 relating the safe storage of firearms passed through the Senate and is in the Assembly. SB 367 has an exemption effective and will be heard in Senate Finance. Assembly Bill 355 relating to persons under 21 using semi-automatic shotguns and rifles passed through the Assembly, and I actually just got an email this morning saying that they'll be voting on it this afternoon in Senate Judiciary. So I just want to let you guys know any work to be done on that would have to be done before it got a floor vote, which will likely happen in the next couple of days. So yeah, quick movement on that bill as expected. And then I have no other changes to the remainder of the tracking sheet.
Okay, thank you, Kaylee. Wow, I just feel like I got gut punched on 355. That's disappointing. Okay, let's go back up to SB 269. The Legislative Committee this morning discussed 269, and then we were informed near the end of our meeting by Kaylee that the exemption, even though it's a verbal commitment to the amendment, that it would be included. So I feel like we took a neutral position this morning on 269 based on the fact that we haven't seen that amendment yet. And it has been, our concern has been for the hunting portion of that bill. So I don't know if anybody has any other comments about it, or if we want to take a formal position other than neutral, but the committee just felt like we could remain neutral on it. No? Okay. Doesn't look like there's any interest. Okay. So we'll, I don't know if we need to take this out for public comment. We probably do, and any discussion from the commission to remain neutral.
So the commission the commission voted to stay neutral on this one?
No, the committee did.
The committee did. This commission is taking no stance.
We don't have a position on it yet.
Okay, that's what
It was on our watch.
Correct.
I guess the discussion is, do we believe the commission needs to take a stance on this one? Commissioner Walther.
I mean, my thought on this is that, you know, assuming those exemptions remain, that we are probably pretty safe with a neutral position. And there's not, if those are in there and they're not at issue, in my mind, there's not much more for us to address in that bill.
Yeah. It would be beneficial to have a formal neutral so that if we do need to address it, that we can.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Any additional commission questions or comments? All right, any cab comment in Reno on, this is SB 269. Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? None? Okay, we'll bring it back. Any public comment in Reno on SB 269? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? None? Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission.
Okay, so I will move to take a neutral position on SB 269 with the platform that the exemptions previously provided stay within the new bill.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I want to revisit AB 70 with you all. This is the predator fee bill, and it has changed since we last saw it. We did decide this morning, given the time in our meeting, that we're going to reach out to the bill sponsor and just see if we can ask for clarification. But at the moment, the bill includes a provision in Section 1B, wildlife management activities relating to the protection of non-predatory game species and the habitat of such non-predatory game species could be interpreted to include a lethal removal provision. And so the committee felt like we want to reach out to the bill sponsor to make sure that the language is such that I mean, if that's the intent, that it would be okay. I think the DAG Burkett weighed in with us a little bit on this morning. We did have some discussion, and we just decided because of the timing that we would table it and let the commission determine what we want to do. We are currently opposed to this bill because initially there wasn't the two options, the habitat or the predator removal, the lethal removal. So right now, the way the bill stands is when you apply for your game tag, you would have the option to choose whether you wanted your $3 fee to go to lethal removal, for predator removal, or habitat projects. So I don't know if there's any discussion, if the committee members, Commissioners Walther, McNinch, have anything to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when we took our position originally, I voted to not take a position yet, just because I wasn't sure where I stood on it. And with these amendments, with the amendment, I think it was we had an interesting conversation during our committee. You know, some folks are concerned that there's going to be a substantial reduction in the amount of money available for predator control management. But likewise, there's folks that are wondering if there's going to be more than 80% money of the money that's put in, that's collected through the $3, if that number will go up. Nobody knows. So, you know, there's this kind of this, mutual concern. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And one of the original problems with the bill or concerns was that we would lose our ability to protect sage grouse. That's out of there, and we're back to where that money is available for that again. It's back in the pot. So at least that's been alleviated. To what extent? What happens if we don't get enough money from the predator, from the checkbox to cover the predator management needs? What then? And that's what's prompting this conversation about, can you pull money from the one that's marked habitat box based on the way that it's written? Because I think it says wildlife management activities. So that kind of left it open. So it's really a function of what was the intent of the amendment. What's the statutory intent? What were they trying to accomplish? And we're kind of hitting on several different places on our own personal interpretations from our, probably interjecting our own biases in a way. So I'm still not sure where I'm going to land on it, to be honest with you. Makes sense in some ways. In other ways, I'm like, I don't know. Is this good or bad? I don't know. I really don't. So.
And just to, piggyback on that is, I think the change creates a huge unknown in which funds are going to be where. So I have had some, I said in the meeting this morning, some discussions with, NGOs about obviously in support of stepping in where they need to, but an issue that I think arises if you hypothetically have a situation where there's not an availability of predator fees in the fund, is that you don't have a match to the donated funds if there's a dearth there that needs to be supported. So I know there's some outstanding concern there. I am concerned about the language in B because I think it can be interpreted in multiple ways. And the question becomes what is this commission and the department's interpretation, where does it go, and potentially, how is B utilized? Does that open the department up to dealing with liability and lawsuits surrounding the expenditure of funds in column B? So it's a tough call for me in that regard, because you don't know where the chips are going to fall in terms of what money's going to be in what pot, and then the interpretive issues are concerning.
Beck Burkett.
Yeah, so I reviewed this bill the first time this morning and had a chance to listen to Deputy Director Scott's comments about the interpretation of subsection B. And I agree that it's not clear. And from the perspective of a person who's going to have to enforce this law, I'm very concerned, and Commissioner Walters' discussion is on point. I would have to enforce a subsection that gives the department a lot of discretion, and probably discretion the department doesn't want. I think it would be very easy to revise subsection B to make clear, if this is the direction of the legislature, that the second box would simply be for habitat improvements for non-predatory game animals. It would be very easy for the legislature to do that. But I think as we sit here today, the department's going to have a lot of problem enforcing and interpreting this statute. I think it would be very easy for the legislature to clarify this. And I think that would be an issue that I would, something I would tell this commission could be directed towards the legislature. Thank you.
Craig, could you share with us the amended language that you would recommend?
Yeah, so I rewrote it, and simply, so as it reads, it says, wildlife management activities relating to the protection of non-predatory game species and the habitat of such non-predatory game species. And of course, by use of the term "and," it seems to be two different things that they're trying to deal with in that section. I simply rewrote it to say, wildlife management activities related to habitat improvement for the benefit of non-predatory game species. That, to me, clarifies that if the second box is intended to be for habitat improvements, that would be the language that would achieve that.
Thank you. Okay.
Commissioner McNitch.
And I'm approaching this from the standpoint of the original intent of the intent of the original bill, which was to open the whole conversation for the department to decide how that money is used. That was the intent of the original bill, was that there would be no limit on the use of those fees for habitat or for predator control. So if the department felt that all the money needed to be used 1 year for predator control, they would be able to do it. If they felt no predator control was necessary, they'd be able to use it for habitat. And that was the original intent of the bill, was to put the decision, put it to the department to use those funds as necessary to properly manage wildlife and habitat. So we're still putting some boundaries on it in a sense, but they're not 80% either. It's not 50%. It's not 0. It's not 100. So I think we're all just trying to figure it out. So that's kind of the angle that I'm coming from, was the original intent. And I want to be respectful of that in my thought process, going from there.
And I don't know, I guess for me too, it kind of just backs up to, for me, it's just the base question, for myself, do I support get rid of the 80% mandate? That's where it just rolls right back to that for me. It's kind of where I'm at. And I can't necessarily say that I personally do, but I know they've added some other language and this thing is morphed since it was proposed, but for me, it's just at that base. Do I support getting rid of the 80% mandate? That's kind of where I'm at on it. Commissioner Wise.
I don't know if this is out in left field at all, but I kind of am seeing the situation where this thing pops up in front of you and it's like, oh, do you want this to go towards predator removal or habitat? But you're making that decision in a vacuum. If that question was presented to me, I would immediately, well, what does the department need? Is there a third option wherever it's most needed? Some people might feel strongly one way about one or the other, but just the wording and the idea that it's at the direction of the applicant and they have to pick one. And they're having to do so blindly without knowing what everybody else is picking or what's most needed in that year is kind of what's making me uneasy.
And then I guess I don't disagree with Commissioner McNinch earlier. You know, you're asking sportsmen when they're putting in for tags what they want it to go to. That 80% might go up. There is absolutely the potential that 80% could go up.
Yeah, it could go down.
It could go down.
So,
yeah,
so
exactly.
that's the mutual, you know, from both perspectives, you know, everybody's trying to weigh and in a weird way, it's like there's a level of agreement here in that sense that everybody's unsure, but nobody's necessarily, I haven't heard anybody necessarily back out of the conversation yet either. So, you know, it makes me wonder, is there a middle ground actually that we may not have anticipated? I don't know. I haven't really heard from people that were supportive of the original bill what the amendment did for them. Do they support it now or not? I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. So,
Commissioner East.
Dag Burkett, would it be allowed if we added that third option outside of this legislation? Would
No,
not.
No, you're gonna have
So,
to follow whatever the
we have to follow
legislature
the
wants us to
statute.
do. We
Okay.
can only interpret statute through regulation. We can't expand the scope of the language in statute.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted to ask. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to ask Kaylee, has there been any indication if when the hearing is going to be on this, if at all? Nothing.
I have not heard.
Nothing. No, nothing out there yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think a third choice too, you might muddle the waters even more at that point when they say, you know, like where it's best relatable, who makes that decision then, right? It's honestly like, that might muddy murk the waters up even more. Any additional commission questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment? In Reno in regards to AB 70?
Dave Talaga, Clark County Cab, for the record. Commissioner, our chair, may you all live forever. Always wanted to say that. It's a medieval thing. We had a lot of discussion on this in the cab meeting. Ultimately, we voted 5-2 in opposition to it. And listening to you talk, I hope I can capture everything. The way it was presented to the cab, now that I'm listening to this, it really came as an either or. Either you support the 80% or you give the money, or you let the somebody decide what's the best way to distribute that money. But after listening to you guys, it's clear to me that it's really about what's best for the non-predatory animals in Nevada. And ultimately, you have a pool of money. Someone needs to decide where that goes. Who decides? I assume it's NDOW, right? So now we turn it over to NDOW, and I will say that in the 5 years I've been on the cab, that NDOW does not have a stellar reputation for distributing money properly or doing the right things. That's nothing against individuals in NDOW, but this is a sentiment that we have to deal with. Secondly, when you talk about the going to an assembly bill, actually voting on it, we're concerned that when it comes in front of the legislation to vote, that the sentiment is going to be against predator removal. And that doesn't help anybody if that's taken away. So the concern then would be that when you pass this and it goes to NDOW to decide how to best distribute that money, that lethal removal won't even be an option, or it'll be pushed way down. which doesn't help anybody. And when you talk about habitat restoration in a drought is, that's throwing money down a dark hole. You can't do anything until the drought is over and habitat's restored, you get the right climate, et cetera, et cetera. So we're very concerned that if you pass this bill, or I'm sorry, if you take the 80% away, that we could lose predator removal as a matter of course. And there's no stop to do that, which it seems like the whole reason that 80% was put in was to ensure that we had mandatory predator removal. So we're very concerned about that. That's all the stuff in the gray area. But on either you have 80% or you give the money and you let the people who are experts best manage that money. Ultimately, everybody thinks that's the best idea if you can trust the people to manage that money properly. So ultimately, we came down to that 5-2 vote in opposition to this. However, now that I've listened to the commission talk, I would suggest, one more thing, taking it to a quote, vote unquote, through the tag system without giving them the proper background, I think you would have a skewed vote however it came out. Because people just really don't understand all the stuff that you guys have been talking about here in the last 15 minutes. So I wouldn't suggest that. What I would suggest then is that you guys try to clarify your concerns, send it back to the cab so that we can have a better discussion on what's taking place. And I think that would be much more helpful in framing this and giving you a better recommendation from the cabs as well. Because ultimately, we'd like to see what's best for the herd, and we would like to see the money be appropriated what's best to do that. And if that means 20% predator removal, great. If it means 90%, all the better. But so I would suggest that in order to make this a better recommendation from the cab, at least the Clark County cab in their discussion, that you guys formulate what your concerns are, reintroduce it to the cabs, and let us discuss it under that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno on AB 70? Doesn't look like any cab comment on Zoom. Okay, any public comment in Reno on AB 70? Look like any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. So I've been kind of approaching it from the 80% perspective too, but I'll reframe my concern. Right now we have roughly 20% going towards our habitat type stuff. Okay, that's matchable money. That's not a small chunk of change in and of itself. I'm not opposed to this to more money going into that arena with the checkbox. I'm concerned that gets smaller because I do feel, hey, after our Heritage Committee meeting yesterday, you can ask anybody that was in there, it felt good. There were good projects in there, and you got these real sore spots, in Area 6, 7, 10, and there were projects that were hitting those right between the eyes. They were going after it, and the more of that we can do, the better chance we have of helping our wildlife. I'm not suggesting that there's not a predator problem. I'm not suggesting that at all. I know that there's places, I know there's issues, but after that meeting yesterday, I would love to see more money go to that kind of stuff. Their projects were awesome. It just seemed like it just gave you this sense of hope even in tough times. So, if that went from 20% to 60% or 70%, which we don't know, that it's not going to bother me. What would bother me is if we go from 80 to 100 on the predator stuff. So whatever that's worth.
If I might, Kaylee, if we were to go to the bill sponsor, because this came out of the interim joint natural resources committee, who would we go to? Any recommendations?
Yes, I would recommend going to Assemblyman Watts.
Watts, okay, that's kind of what I thought.
He's the one who presented the bill, I believe.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to double check. Okay.
So he's usually fairly accessible. I mean, is
He is.
it worth just tabling this for a minute and then reaching out to him here and just finding out what his thoughts are?
Well, I think I'd like to better understand where the commission's coming from. Do we want to see if he would be open to including the 80% back in, or adjusting the, or amending the language in B per the DAG? Give me some parameters and and then I think we are opposed to this right now. I brought it back because I really felt like it has changed, and I wanted to make sure that everybody felt good about the change or not. So I just need some direction.
And I guess for myself too, with the 80% mandate, if you give the sportsman the option, we hear a lot about the 80% mandate every year, but you give the sportsman the option and they say, we want 90% on lethal removal. There you go. Like the department is at that point. You kind of are taking a vote from the sportsman every year when they put their money into that fee, which I'm not. And then, and like I said, it could go down too. And you are kind of mirroring the sportsmen and women's intent on where they want that fee to go. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. Myself, I would like to see, I think to try to say Part B, that language, we could also still do predator removal with that. For me, it kind of seems, I don't believe that was the intent of how they written it. I think you're trying to stretch you're stretching it there. I would like to see, I mean, before myself, I went for the bill, I'd like to see that change before I could say I was,
The amendment.
the amendment,
Okay.
yeah. That's just me talking, but that's kind of where I'm at.
So you're suggesting that if that B did allow for predator control as well as the habitat, then you'd be more in support of that?
No, I myself, I think it's black and white. You say, hey, you guys
one or
want
the other.
lethal removal, or do you want that fee to go to lethal removal?
Well, I
or do you
appreciate that, because that's the clarification that I need is if we're at that point, then I'll make a decision. I'm on the fence. Only because I don't know what people's tendencies are gonna be. I know we've all talked to our people we know. I know what the people I've talked to would do. None of them said that they would check the predator box. But,
I'm on the flip side of that.
exactly.
Everyone
See,
I talk to.
and so, and I know that, you get out into the rurals and, so where does it land? I don't know. Does it improve anything? What if you end up at 80 and 20 and you just got a different way of saying it now? I mean.
No, like I said, I'm not opposed to it. You would get basically a vote from the sportsman every year. Here's where we want to be, right? But I would myself, and I'm talking a lot, but I'd like to know exactly what the final language would kind of, and I know that's really hard to do, but, or the commission makes a recommendation that, I don't know, or we stay neutral and.
Kaylee Musso, if I might, I just want to remind you guys, this is the last time the commission is meeting together before the end of session. The legislative committee can schedule as many meetings as they want before the end, but this is the last time you guys will meet as a full body. So if you want to change your position, it might be helpful to give the legislative committee more direction.
Yeah, I was headed there too. Thank you, Kaylee, because we can schedule a legislative meeting, we can schedule a commission meeting, but it's gonna be super fast. And I don't know that we have the time to do that. We don't know when this will be heard. And that committee passage is coming up pretty quick.
So, I mean, I guess, listening to Commissioner McNinch and Mr. Chairman speak here on this, I kind of want to hear from the rest of the commission. I mean, would we be in support of, if we can get B cleaned up so that there's no ambiguities in the language, that there's an absolute clear choice I guess I wonder where everybody's at. Me personally, it's a tough choice. Just as Dave has been saying, I've been hearing from a lot of individuals that are absolutely opposed to getting rid of the 80% mandate, want to see it higher. I think when I look at this, I think, even though we all may differ in our opinions, that it really does, if a bill like this passes, falls on the back of sportsmen, in leadership positions to have the discussions of where are these funds most needed. I mean, have those discussions. And, quite frankly, at the end of the day, why can't sportsmen make a clear choice on their own of where they want those funds to go? And everyone's got to do their part to have the discussions of what do we need on the ground. But I do think for purposes of administration, the language certainly needs to be cleared up, so that the department has absolute clear direction and isn't wasting a bunch of other funds, on the hot topic of where they may or may not be expended.
Commissioner Wise.
Yeah, I appreciate the concept of the sportsman being able to make the choice. I just have real concerns about the logistical issues that follow that. If 1 year habitat projects went out, are people going to change their vote the next year, and then lethal removal projects play out, and then we have these projects that carry over year to year, and are they losing budget every year or gaining budget every year, and we're having to adjust how a project is run or whether it can even be run into the next year because votes shifted, percentages shifted. That's a logistical nightmare and not great for the habitat projects or the lethal removal projects that are in place. And so I really have some concerns with all of that at this time.
And I did somewhat share those concerns as well. Then, if this bill passed, how you put that to paper, right? And who's gonna determine what habitat projects, it would create exactly like you said, it'd create a whole other set of issues on the tail end. And I'm sure the department could absolutely figure it out. But yeah, then, I think Pat every year has pretty consistent numbers kind of to stay with, but then you could have drastic changes every year that could absolutely impact the predator plan year to year. There's no question about that either.
Just for sake of time, and we are opposed to this bill. We can remain opposed to it. We don't have to change our position on it. I can go back to the bill sponsor and just voice our concerns. When I spoke with him originally about this and the options, the two options, he really believes that sportsmen will dig deep and make the decision that they feel their values hit most with. And so he didn't have as big a concern about the maybe the ambiguity from year to year as we had voiced, but so just remember, we are opposed originally to this, and we can remain opposed.
Commissioner Weiss makes a really good point, and that's why I appreciate the conversation. I hadn't really put my mind to that, but that's a really good point. Whether it's a predator project or a habitat project, if it's going from 1 year to the next, you could get somebody that just bounces from one. I did predator last year. I'm doing habitat this year, vice versa, and I could see where that could create some challenges, unintended. I could see that.
So any additional thoughts? Do we want to stay opposed? And we could ask Commissioner East to just maybe, like she said, relay our thoughts to Mr. Watts, or? do we need, as we are already opposed right now, do we need to take a motion on that, or?
We haven't officially opposed the amendment, but we stand opposed to the original. So inaction is saying we're not supportive of it, but it also says that we're not against it. So without taking action, we're probably more taking a neutral stance on it, a de facto, it's going to play out the way it's going to play out. But doesn't preclude us from expressing concerns if we don't take any action today.
Well, maybe I'll make a motion, keep it going. I'm gonna make an emotion to oppose AB 70, the new amendment as presented, and direct Commissioner East to maybe relay to Mr. Watts our concerns with the amendment. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Right, thank you, everybody. Okay, the next one, I just wanted to let everyone know that SB 90 does have a hearing date of May 19th. I don't know that that's gonna change, but if it does, we'll let you know. That's the Wild Mustang bill. Okay, AB 349. I want to come back to that one. Let's go to 294, which is it's the safe storage bill, and it's more about, I think, prevention than prohibition, and that's kind of where when I was reading through it last night, again, I came to that conclusion. This is really about, it really targets the schools and making sure that students stay safe, active assailant movement and techniques. It requires licensed dealers to provide locking devices for the security of firearms. And so the committee this morning took no position on this. It really doesn't, I don't think, I'm just looking back at my notes. Yeah, it really doesn't, it doesn't preclude anything in hunting. So it's all about safe storage, and I think we can all agree that safe storage is important. Talks more about mental health. And so if there's anything that anyone would like to add from the meeting this morning or from understanding the bill. So we took no position. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts about this one.
Doesn't look like it.
Nope, okay, then we'll move on to 355, and I'm concerned that it's being heard this afternoon, and I have maybe a solution to that, because Mr. Young, our public representative, was headed to Carson. So if we wanted him to go in and testify on our behalf, we very well could have him do that. 355 is the bill that prohibits anyone under the age of 21 from having in his or her possession or control a semi-automatic shotgun or a semi-automatic centerfire rifle. And there's a lot of provisions in it, not provisions, I'm sorry, there's a lot of language and criminalization of that possession or control. I think the only people exempt are anyone in the armed forces. We've had a lot of discussion about this bill in our committee, and we are opposed to it. I just wanted to bring it back. I thought it had changed, and it has not. So I just wanted to bring it back. If we want to am I wrong?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, it's up for work session today,
work
so they're
session,
going
so
to
we
vote
can't
on it.
testify.
No, I mean, you guys could maybe ask him or direct him to meet with members of the committee.
Okay.
I don't know how good that will go over or what that will do, but it was heard in a joint committee meeting
Right.
originally, so they don't have to hear it again in the Senate, they just have to vote on it. So,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, I don't know that he would get anywhere with a meeting today, so it looks like this may get passed, which is unfortunate to our youth.
I will add, sorry, Kaylee Musa for the record. I don't know if everyone on the commission gets the coalition's emails, but they sent a letter to members of the committee, and then also I know Ducks Unlimited did to members of the committee and the governor's office as well. Those were the two I received. There may have even been more sent regarding the impacts to junior hunters that this bill will have. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay. All right, so we'll go back to 349 because there's nothing we can do on 355. I wanted to bring 349 back for a couple of reasons. It was brought to my attention that this particular legislation, while it's the intent of it's really, really great, it was mirrored after the Dream Tag, and it falls under the commission and under the direction of the commission. And while that might be a good thing, it may also not be a good thing for companies or individuals who want to donate to the foundation but feel like this money would just go to, be affiliated with a hook and bullet crowd. And so we discussed it again this morning, and we'd like to see the advisory board enhanced to include other industries and individuals that might have a different opinion about where the money, the fundraising of the money and where it's spent. And then remove the direction of the commission and just have it an advisory to the commission. Did I state that? Yeah, okay. So we could go back to the bill sponsor and make some suggestions for an amendment if everyone's supportive of that. Sorry.
Real quick, Dave. I don't disagree at all. I know there's some major private companies that do massive habitat donations, and they do shy away from the hook and bullet, whatever you want to call it, crowd. So I absolutely understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had expressed early on the original bill, I shared this in the legislative committee, that I was concerned that it was some kind of a workaround for the commission, that there was some ill intent, if you will. I don't know. I couldn't quite see it. So I had conversations with people, and I'm very confident that that's not the issue here, that this is way bigger than that this is just really trying to be innovative with bringing those people into the fold, Mr. Chairman, the folks you're referring to, and providing that opportunity for them to have a business safe place, if you will, because they may not want to be associated with other interests either, that just maybe a little more gray for them, a little safer for them, and they're just doing good things for wildlife, period. And so I know there was an amendment proposed by Tina Nappy. Originally, it was incorporated. I did have a chance to talk with her last night, and her main goal, and it always has been and always will be, is to get money flowing into this agency for wildlife conservation, period. So she's not concerned about, I won't speak on her behalf, but I know that her intent was just to do whatever is necessary and whatever we can to get this across the finish line. That's the main thing, and I agree with her. So I'm off of that concern that I had originally, way past that. This has got really huge potential to really, really open the door for some really good things. So, yeah.
So I guess what I'm looking for, because we already support this bill, I'm just looking for the commission's support for us to go to the bill sponsor and just have a conversation about amending this to open it up a little bit broader, to augment that advisory commission or advisory board with other industry experts or fundraising experts or just people who have an interest. Other stakeholders, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Anything to add? Alan, did you have any thoughts or comments on this one?
Thank you for the opportunity, Alan Janae for the record, but I think, you know, those conversations as this bill was being created was much around that intent, was we were contemplating RAWA coming through, and so we had some industry folks that were willing to, you know, put forward this idea and contemplate, you know, how they could, you know, in a more neutral sense, contribute, and, you know, create this opportunity for more fundraising to help. Match would have been an issue, and it will be when RAWA, I'll say when RAWA passes, as it will be, you know, trying to find that non-federal match will be an issue. And so this was a creative solution that was brought forward. There are many other states that have foundations and use it in this manner. Oregon being one of the closest, and they're very much about keeping it separate from the commission, and they've had great success with that of, you know, appealing to industry, very large corporations. You know, the term is nowadays greenwashing, you know, as trying to, you know, contribute into a conservation, but not have it affiliated with something that might be, you know, that may be perceived in a different manner. So I think looking around the states that have them they're a successful model, and I think that was the sole intent of this. And the proposed amendment kind of took it a little bit backwards. And I think the discussion that you're having here is a possibility to try to improve that and get it back to that original intent.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, I agree. In looking at this bill, I think it was well-intended, and I think makes a ton of sense. And I do support the idea of trying to broaden some of that language. I think there's a lot of, you know, businesses and industry and more every day coming into this state that would see value in something like this and be willing to participate. So I think the broader that language is, and that broader net that can be cast potentially with this is a good thing. So I'd be in support of having some broader language on that.
So I guess we probably should take another vote. If no one else has any additional comments, I'll take it out for any cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Seeing none. Any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Reno? Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, bring it back to the commission.
Okay. I don't know how to frame it, but other than the way I did originally, and that is just to give us the flexibility to go to the bill sponsor and work in some amendments that potentially broaden the advisory board and remove the oversight the oversight from the commission, and just have it as a report back. So that would be the platform we would pursue. Yes?
And if that's a motion, then I would second that.
That's what I was gonna say, is that a motion?
That's a motion.
All right. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Other than that, that was it from the legislative committee. As I mentioned earlier, the deadlines are fast approaching, and if we have to jump in and do a quick legislative committee, we will meeting. But I feel pretty good about where we're at the moment, so.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go to agenda item number 6F, Wildlife Heritage Committee. Committee member Tommy Cavilla, informational. A report will be provided on the recent Wildlife Heritage Committee meeting. And as Mr. Barnes was absent, I got the joy of chairing that committee too yesterday. So I think we had a very productive meeting yesterday. It went well. Went through a number of items. The committee made recommendations for the vendor proposals for the 2024 heritage tags. That will come to the commission in June. We took another look at the heritage grant manual, which I know we're going to do here, the next agenda item at the commission level. We reviewed the funds available for the fiscal year 2024 heritage projects, and I forgot my other sheet, but I think it's in excess of 1.5 million, so it's quite a bit. And then we also went through the wildlife heritage project proposals, and it's a bunch of awesome projects, like Commissioner McNinch said earlier, and the committee, they funded every project that was presented to us. So, and the commission, that'll go back to that committee again in June, and then it'll go to the commission in June as well. So the commission will be seeing all that. It's a pretty quick summary. I don't know if I missed anything there, Dave. I think it was a good meeting. The department did too. The project proposals they were packaged really well this year, extremely well. And then the department actually funded everything to the penny for us, so the committee didn't have to go in and do any cutting, which was very nice as well, because that's the part that we don't on that committee enjoy. So I know we appreciated that. So any questions or comments? No? All right, seeing none, we're going to go to agenda item number 6G, Wildlife Heritage Grant Manual, Habitat Division Administrator Mark Fries for possible action. The commission will review recommendations made by the Heritage Committee to cap principal balance projects at 50% of the available balance per year.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. So, if you recall, NRS 501.3575 was updated in 2021 to include the following language. In addition, the department may at any time expend from the account any portion of the amount of money in the account which exceeds $5 million. At the June 24th, 2022 Wildlife Heritage Committee meeting, the committee recommended to cap principal projects at 50% of the amount of available funds per year. And NDOW has been going through and revising our Wildlife Heritage Grant Manual. We presented that to the Wildlife Heritage Committee last night. And on screen, I don't know if we could zoom into those bullet points at the bottom. If not, I'll just go ahead and read it. There's a couple recommendations. This is the section in the grant manual which talks about the principal projects. And so the Wildlife Heritage Committee asked us to provide a definition of the principal projects as well as add some clarifying language. I'll go ahead and add those additions or read those additions. I don't know if anybody could see that. So the definition of a principal project is defined as projects requesting funding from the principal balance above $5 million. And then we added some clarifying language to the third bullet point, which reads, cap principal project funding allocations at 50% of the available principal funds per fiscal year. And then we cite this meeting, commission meeting, if you guys take action on it, we'll go ahead and finalize the Heritage Committee or the Heritage Grant Manual and make this official. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mark? Commissioner East.
Is there any reason to not do the 50%? I mean, does it tie our hands in any way, or your hands?
It does provide the sideboards on how principal projects can be funded or how much can be allocated towards principal projects on a given year. This was the decision that the Heritage Committee recommended at last year's June 24th meeting. So it does provide direction to the department and limit what can be used.
Okay, and I guess that there are other funds out there that you could use should there be something you wanted to go above and beyond.
Yeah, for the record, Alan Janae, you know, we've got other funding sources besides Heritage. We've got some of those other internal funding categories, but also that AB 84, the Nevada Conservation Bond, there's still spending authority within that. And so, but if you contemplate where we're at this year, you know, with that principal balance of over $12 million, you know, above $5 million, that leaves you $7 million. So in any one, you could, like, if we were to propose something this year, it would be $3.5 million. So that's a pretty good chunk, given that the annual award heritage projects are nearly, you know, they're over $1 million this year. So that's a fair amount of money, and I think we feel pretty secure in that amount.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment on agenda item 6G? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment on item 6G? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion, I will make a motion to approve the Wildlife Heritage Grant Manual, I guess just as presented. I don't know that there's the cap. Okay, here we go. The recommendations made by the Heritage Committee to cap principal balance projects at 50% of the available balance per year.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, agenda item number 6H, Mule Deer presentation, Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder and Dr. David Stoner, Utah State University Informational. A presentation will be provided mapping mule deer and feral horse overlap across Nevada.
All right, good morning. Members of the commission, members of the public, it is my pleasure to introduce a guest speaker, project collaborator, and a colleague of mine, Dr. David Stoner. Dr. Stoner is with Utah State University. He's a research assistant professor, and he has a background in spatial ecology of wildlife resources and management. And he's going to be presenting some research that we've been doing with horses and wild ungulates in Nevada and across the really entire Great Basin. So with that, if he is able to connect, I'll just turn you over to him through Zoom.
Hey, can everyone hear me? Cody, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep, we got
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Thank you for that introduction, Cody. The topic of today's presentation is really on horses and mule deer, though it touches on a number of other species as well. Okay, can everyone see that opening slide?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. And I'd like to say before I get started here, it really has been a pleasure working with Cody. I think NDOW is very fortunate to have someone with his talents working on mule deer conservation in Nevada. This has been a very interesting and enlightening project, and we're closing in on some results here. So this is an overview of some of our results, and is going to touch on perhaps some ideas that we might be able to pursue in the future. Much of this comes from a paper that Cody and I published in the Journal of Wildlife Management 2 years ago that deals with the broad overview of spatial overlap of feral horses and several native ungulates of concern to state wildlife agencies. And we would be happy to distribute this paper to you. It is a summary of what is happening in Nevada and the West. And if any of you have insomnia problems, keep it on your nightstand. It will cure them very quickly. We wanted to use the original title of Home on the Range for this, but the editors didn't find it as amusing as we did. So the distribution of competition potential is what we ended up calling it. And this stems from these trends that we're seeing in the West, in that horses are a highly fecund animal. They're capable of populations can grow at up to 20% per year, sometimes exceeding that, which is by comparison with native wildlife, that is quite exceptional. And the problem really for Nevada specifically is that Nevada has twice as many horses as the rest of its neighbors combined, and the populations are increasing. And so this has raised questions about the potential for competition with some of our native wildlife, largely because Nevada is the driest state in the West. And as we know, drought is a frequent, common attribute of this system. And as was mentioned in some of the discussions earlier, restoration is difficult to achieve under dry conditions. So these are some of the problems we're faced with inherently by the system, but expanding horse populations have other secondary effects. The top photo there is taken from the Steamboat Springs neighborhood of Reno. So we've got horses in urban areas. We have horses on highways, creating the potential for traffic collisions. And then we also have this ongoing conflict between federal horse managers and ranching interests on public lands grazing allotments, cattle and horses. So one of the things we found, and this is just another way of looking at this, is to look at how much of the habitat for these 4 native species, mule deer, pronghorn elk, and bighorn sheep, is occupied by horses across the West. And Nevada is in a unique position in this regard. It shares about 35 to 40% of its habitat with horses. Wyoming is second, but it really is a distant second. So Nevada's in a very it's in the vanguard in this respect, and perhaps that's not where we would like to be, but it does offer an opportunity to examine relationships between wildlife and a feral animal that is sharing habitats with our wildlife. This is really the root of the matter here, is the population trends of horses in Nevada specifically has been rising. Again, 20% per year is the capability. The major check on that are gathers performed by the Bureau of Land Management, and these are extremely controversial and logistically difficult to implement, and so they tend to be they are not keeping pace with growth at the statewide scale. And then behind that, we have population trends of mule deer, which have at best been static and potentially declining over the last 15 to 20 years. So these are the trends, and those trends are going in opposite directions. with the potential for these lines to cross within the next 10 years should these trends continue. Now, I'm not suggesting that they will. Either of these populations could level out for any number of reasons, be it increased management or changing weather conditions, with this winter being a prime example of perhaps providing deer with some relief. That said, I think something to keep in mind is the amount of forage that these species consume. So this is a graph, a table of AUMs, animal unit per month, forage consumption, and what we see is that the cow with a calf is the reference point. That is a single AUM, and if we compare a horse to that, it's 1.25 times the amount of food. And if we compare the mule deer to the horse is 6.25 times more forage consumption than a mule deer, which equates to about 250,000 deer in terms of just absolute volume of food consumed. Now, it's important to recognize that the diets of horses and deer do not overlap completely, and at times probably very little at all. So I'm not suggesting that the 40,000 horses in Nevada equate to 250,000 mule deer in absolute terms, but just that they do have, on a per capita basis, a much higher consumption rate, and that it's this potential overlap in diet that is what we are interested in exploring. So the question is, why is this important? Well, the BLM identified in its report several years ago that 4 native species are deemed vulnerable to competition with horses, and those are the ones that I've mentioned: sheep, deer, pronghorn, and elk. These were named specifically as potentially competing with horses for water resources and forage. And that is of concern because of the wildlife recreation economy that exists in Nevada and other western states. That in Nevada alone, and these data are 12 years old now, the wildlife recreation economy is worth over $1 billion. Now, importantly, that includes things beyond hunting and bird watching and fishing and other things. But the point being that this is a major economic boon to the state, and horses are in the mix as a species that is sharing the range with a number of these other animals and having some impacts. Those include things such as behavioral dominance at water sources. So there is a small but growing body of research on the effects of wild horses on native wildlife. And one of the first things that's been identified is specifically with pronghorn antelope, that they have been excluded from water or are having to adjust their visitation rates and times because of the presence of horses. Less so with other animals, but this is one that has been documented in several parts of the West. Also, reduced forage biomass. So this goes back to my comments about how much forage horses consume, being approximately 6 times as much as a mule deer on average. And so in terms of common food items, they can have an impact on the availability of those plant resources. We also see the degradation of wetlands and rangelands. And again, this relates to the other two, but changes in hydrology as a function of trampling. And let's not forget the spread of cheatgrass. Horses readily consume cheatgrass at all stages of its life history and are able to spread it. This is probably not a large source of the spread of cheatgrass, but it does suggest that there may be some positive feedbacks in which conversion of rangelands after fire from sagebrush shrublands to a cheatgrass-dominated system may be benefiting horses. And they, in turn, may be helping perpetuate the spread of that, albeit at smaller scales. But all of this, what I want you to really think about and consider here is that herbaceous vegetation is extremely important to all of these ungulate species, our native wildlife, and then horses and burros themselves. And this is the vegetation that is coming up right now during spring, grasses and forbs and flowers on shrubs, that is critical for all of these species for supporting lactation during birthing. And so when we think about competition, there's a lot of ways it can play out, but I think this is the limiting factor. This is the point that we need to focus on, is this ephemeral resource of succulent, highly palatable, highly digestible vegetation during spring when these species are giving birth and lactating. So our objectives for this were 4 questions. First, what drives mule deer population dynamics? How much deer habitat does Nevada have under current conditions? Which fawning habitats are occupied by horses? This gets down to the root of the matter. And then I want to summarize at the end with a few points of potential future work of things we can measure that would help us evaluate whether or not competition is occurring between these species. So first, what drives mule deer population dynamics? In the arid West, it really is precipitation, and this is no surprise to anyone. I've put up a graph from Tony Wasley's deer report from 2004 that really illustrates this quite nicely, that the statewide estimates of mule deer abundance are strongly correlated with summer precipitation, and summer precipitation is going to encourage or support the growth of this herbaceous understory that I was referring to. Some of my own work more recently in Utah shows the same pattern. What we used in Utah was something called NDVI, which is a satellite-derived measure of greenness. It's measuring the reflectance as indicated by chlorophyll-bearing organisms, plants, as a way of measuring plant biomass. And because these measures are taken throughout the year, we can look at seasonality, and we can look at differences among years in terms of total plant biomass. But the long and the short of it is that mule deer abundance or density is strongly related to the amount of vegetation. And so if we think about this, that precipitation and annual weather patterns are very much influencing not just total abundance, but through fawn survival, recruitment. This is where we get at the potential mechanisms by which competition may take place. There are different species eating and consuming the annual production of the herbaceous understory. So as another example of this, these are some data from western Utah. So the management units that border Nevada's eastern state line. Again, part of the Great Basin. And what we see here is that the annual production of June NDVI, June is the month of fawning. This is when most of the fawns are born and are following the counts, fawn counts taken in the following fall strongly track one another. So big wet years, we have high fawn counts. Drought years, they go down. And part of this, probably most of it, is that these herds are dependent on a more homogeneous food resource. So we call this the cheatgrass effect. We don't know if this is exactly what's happening, but these units that are highlighted in green on the map are all places where there have been a lot of disturbances, fire followed by invasion of cheatgrass. And so cheatgrass is very flashy. It varies tremendously from one year to the next. It's only useful to deer when it's green and succulent, and beyond that, it's almost worthless. And so we think that the fawn production in any given year is tied to that. Keep in mind that the mechanism here may not be starvation so much as poor nutrition during the lactation phase. So if does are not able to produce adequate milk, these fawns are weak, they're more vulnerable to predation, and they're more vulnerable to disease. And that is, in all likelihood, what's happening here is they're predisposed to other mortality factors because of poor nutrition. And I add this last thing, that in Utah, our horse populations are also predominantly occur on these management units. So there's no reason to think that this pattern isn't playing out in other parts of the Great Basin. So one of the questions that I get that comes up quite a bit is that, well, horses are grazers categorically, and deer are browsers, and this is the prevailing view, and therefore they're exploiting different food resources and should not be competing, at least hypothetically. So if we think about this, and this is largely true, but again, I want you to go back to springtime, the herbaceous understory being a common food resource that both species are very dependent on. We do have some habitat segregation, but in many places they overlap. So if horses being tied to grasslands, deer more to shrublands. And I think in wet years, so years of high productivity, or areas of low horse density, there probably is little to no competition between the two species because there is adequate resources for both of them, and it allows them to segregate along more traditional axes of food availability, the grassland shrubland dichotomy. However, the problem is that the West at large and the Great Basin in particular are prone to drought. We're all aware of this, painfully aware, and our droughts can last for years. And under these conditions, hypothetically, both species are going to take on more of a mixed feeding strategy, one in which they may rely on foods that are not typically associated with. So for instance, the photo on the left of these horses in sagebrush, this was taken in the Delamar Range where there was hardly a blade of grass to be seen, and there was a lot of horse activity here. Conversely, we may have mule deer using grasslands. It may be more common in the winter than in the summer, but the point being that under arid conditions, say dry years, and or very high horse densities, we may see a merging of the two feeding strategies so that these two species are overlapping spatially and in terms of their food foraging behavior more than they would under conditions of a wet year or low horse density. So this is what we're concerned with, is not that there's outright competition happening pervasively, but that under the right conditions, these two may be competing for the same things. And I provide this map as a means of just giving you an example of how conditions change in the Great Basin between wet, dry, and average years. So this represents a wet year. This is probably what we're going to see this year. It's been a very wet winter, and so this herbaceous understory is highly productive. There's a lot of it. It spreads lower into the valleys. There's more food available. Animals can distribute themselves differently because food is not limiting the way it is during drier conditions. Now, this is not average. This is wet. This is an exceptional year. This is what it looks like on average. So this is the median. And most of the change in greenness that you're seeing between these maps is due to this herbaceous understory that is highly sensitive to current year conditions. And then, of course, we have the drought years where things are far drier, and animals are going to concentrate more heavily in areas that are relatively wet or consistent or predictable. And so just to run this backwards for you to give you a better sense, this is the change between our swinging from wet to dry years, which represents roughly a 30% decrease in forage availability between our wettest and our driest conditions. So with that, a few comments about spatial overlap. This map shows the distribution of mule deer throughout the state within what we call precipitation zone 4. This is 12 inches of annual precipitation or greater. And this distinction is based on the fact that these wetter zones are more, they're not only more productive, but they recover more rapidly from disturbances, whether those be a fire or animal related grazing patterns. This is also going to roughly correspond to mule deer's summer ranges. Here we have the mule deer distribution within that wet zone where horses are absent. So notice the change in square miles. We drop from 28,000 down to 17,000. And then lastly, the beige polygons here represent wet areas where horses overlap with deer. And now we're down to 11,000 square miles. This represents about 40% of the total mule deer range in Nevada, wet range or summer range. It at least has the potential to be occupied by horses based on the distribution of federal management areas, the herd management areas and the Forest Service territories. So then we can also look at this in terms of the dry zone, and the dry zones are areas that are going to roughly correspond to mule deer winter ranges, and these are sites where disturbances are or have a greater impact because the range lands, the plant communities don't recover as rapidly. And here we have an estimation of those drier winter ranges without horses and then those with horses. So again, the distribution of horses is really wide throughout the state. It forms a near continuous distribution where many of these seasonal ranges are occupied by horses, if not in the summer, then in the winter when animals are at lower elevations. And this is about 42%. So no matter how you look at it, roughly 40% of mule deer habitat in Nevada is occupied by horses at least part of the year. Now, this is a model. This is what we call a habitat selection model, and it identifies mule deer, the habitats that mule deer select during June. So again, June is the period of fawning, and this is only for the Great Basin ecoregion. We're still working on the Mojave Desert and the Columbia Plateau ecoregions, but this is most of the deer habitat in Nevada, and two things should strike you. First of all, the Ruby Mountains stick out like a sore thumb. That is, by the standards of this procedure, the best habitat in the state, and then these central and eastern mountain ranges. So the brighter the color, the stronger the deer select for these habitats during June, the fawning period. And this map on the left is a dry year. The map on the right is a wet year. And although the differences may be subtle, what you should see here is more bright colors, more pixels in this 9 to 10 zone, which means virtually 100% probability of deer selecting those habitats. Over here, you'll see that there's just very few pixels in that high quality zone. Now, if we look at where the horses occur, this is virtually identical. These blue polygons represent herd management areas, and note that in both cases, these important fawning ranges fall within herd areas, so the potential for overlap with horses is very high. This is another example just showing the management area 15 from the central part of the state under 3 different precipitation regimes from dry, medium to wet. And again, notice that these brightly colored areas, this is what deer strongly select for, are small, they're isolated, and they're all contained within herd management areas. So you've got these very important high elevation wetlands and aspen forests that the deer select for birthing that also have horses in them. And again, horses eat 6 1/4 times as much food as a deer. Now, the influence on fawn survival relates to the reduction in food availability, which has consequences for milk production. So deer that are not lactating as much tend to have a more difficult time recruiting a fawn. Moreover, under these dry conditions or conditions where there's competition for forage, they are having to move further to meet their nutritional needs, thereby leaving the fawn vulnerable for longer periods of time. So you've got this impact of poor nutrition precipitating the doe being away from the fawn for longer periods and producing less milk, which leads to the potential for starvation, disease, or predation. Okay, so with that, a few thoughts to end with. First of all, competition is extremely difficult to measure, and it's extremely difficult to demonstrate because there's tremendous variation and animals behave differently. They can move in different habitats. They can compensate for things. So what we've been discussing is to take the several approaches to this. Namely, what we would like to do is to compare the diets of horses and mule deer in common environments, looking at fecal samples. What plants are each species eating at what time of year, and how much overlap is there? And ideally, this would be done in a year like this one that's going to be very productive, and compare that with others that are drier, and look at how that dietary overlaps under different conditions and in different parts of the state. Because again, there are some places where deer and horses can segregate along elevation, and so there may be no problem, but during these drought years, everything is compressed. Second, we'd like to look at mule deer home ranges and daily movements on units with and without horses. This goes back to my comments about how does may spend more time away from the fawn during the neonatal period to forage to meet their daily nutritional needs and to produce sufficient amounts of milk. Are there differences on these management areas that do and do not have horses? And can we measure that through GPS telemetry and animal movements and behavior? Third, we would like to compare fawn counts on units with and without horses, or as a more experimental approach, pre and post gather. So if we can work collaboratively with the BLM to determine when a gather is going to be conducted, can we get enough lead time to count fawns in the period before horses are removed and in the years following it to see is there a difference in fawn production related to the removal of horses. And then lastly, something to consider also is the differences in antler size of harvested bucks on units where horses are present or are absent, or again, pre and post gather, because we know that antler size is strongly influenced by nutrition. And this is really the root of the matter, is this herbaceous understory during the summer when animals are either supporting lactation, fawns that influences fawn survival, or building up reserves for the coming winter. So those are my thoughts on this. That is the presentation. That's what I have thus far, and I'd be happy to take some questions if there are any.
Any questions for Dr. Stoner? Yeah. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not so much a question, but I mentioned it, I kind of, Don, it hit me yesterday with one of the projects for the heritage stuff, that this idea of trying to quantify, you know, how horses may be impacting our native wildlife. Because we talk about it, I mean, there's got to be some impact, you know. There's clearly not direct competition all the time, but there's impacts, and how do you quantify it? And I think that's one of the biggest things. One of the things that's missing the most is the ability to actually go to something and say, here's the results. You know, our does don't have the nutrition to lactate enough to recruit fawns into the population, and here's when that happens and why it's happening. And I think that's really important. It might help with roundups in specific areas or something, and maybe that takes the edge off of some of this stuff. I don't know, but I think the work that's being done and the efforts to quantify this, I think that it's a real important, it's real important that be done. So a lot to absorb. I don't know how to process it all myself all the time, but a lot of information, and I appreciate the work that's being done to try to put some sense to it, or some knowledge. I think it'll help us down the road. I really do.
Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This might be more of a question for Cody, but yeah, great presentation. But as we look at the fawn counts, either pre or post horse removal, have we taken a excuse me, cursory look at some of that? I know Pat's got the project down on the Delamars. Have we seen a rebound post horse removal, and on some of these other areas across the West, just to see what that data is indicating to us?
Yeah, I can take that. Commissioner Keel, thanks. For the record, Cody Schroeder. So that's kind of where we're headed, and we have tried to take a dive into it just to look preliminary. One of the things that we see is the data gets messy pretty quickly. There's a lot of other factors, like a big fire. For instance, Dr. Stoner mentioned the Delamars. There was a large fire that occurred. Sometimes the horse gathers aren't 100% like effective. Like, they don't gather all the horses, or they immediately come in, and so it's hard to look at pre and post. But we are trying to strategize and work with the BLM on some of these that are proposed. And the next phase of our research, if we can get some funding, is to look into our survey data and maybe look at it more of an experimental design, like pre and post, like Dr. Stoner mentioned. I don't have the data. There's some correlative stuff, but it's not a slam dunk at this point.
Yeah, sure. I appreciate that. I suspected as much, but yeah, thanks.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this is for Dr. Stoner and Cody, maybe for yourself as well, but I was just curious, with all of the data being collected and compiled and the research that was done, just curious if there was anything in that data that was surprising, I guess, to either of you, or that jumped off the page at you as a major, positive or negative as it relates to mule deer.
Yeah, Commissioner Rogers, I can tackle that, and maybe Dr. Stoner has another perspective. But yeah, a few things. I mean, from the paper that we published in JWM, I was kind of shocked about the amount of overlap with bighorn sheep. That was actually one of the most, in terms of like spatial overlap, of the species we have in Nevada, that was the highest. But then some of the more recent work, when I saw some of the RSF maps that David produced, just the amount of limited fawning habitat we have is striking. I mean, when you look at, and it makes sense because the Great Basin, especially the Central Great Basin, is very arid. And so we just don't have, if you just even look at the map across where it predicts Utah has a lot more productive fawning habitat than we do, just because they have higher mountain ranges and more productive ranges. So we're very arid, and the limited amount of fawning habitat, I think, was striking. But those are two things that I came off when I looked at this.
Yeah, I would agree. I would second that the best fawning habitats really were not continuous, but were fairly isolated and limited to some of these high elevation wet meadows and aspen forests that, if nothing else, gives us a place to focus our efforts, but they are quite important.
Yeah, thank you for that, both of you. And that's kind of, Dr. Stoner, where my head was going, was given some of these isolated areas and the efforts of the mule deer, our mule deer enhancement program, to be able to utilize this data and maybe from a habitat standpoint, be able to focus on some of these smaller concentrated areas and maybe have a greater focus there if in fact it's through the data determine that that's a huge need for us. So
That was some of the ideas that we had tossed about too, as more of a management application, is using the maps, and now that they're going to be available, and they will be very soon, we'll be able to use those for management plans, projects, spring protections, mapping those out. The idea is to work with BLM to hopefully use a prioritization tool. We had some talks with them to try to identify gathers, like priority for wildlife gathers. There's a whole host of ways that we can use this in more of an applied management way. This is just kind of like the first crack at the sort of the research side of it.
Real quick, Cody, you just referenced the priority for wildlife gatherers with the BLM. Have we had success with trying to kind of nudge them along in certain areas to complete gathers? For that, using that justification to date?
That's a tough question for me to answer, because I don't really dabble in that as much. I mean, we've certainly tried to make the argument. Even if you read our status books going back the last few years, we've been like focusing on that, like where we have really high AML units. I don't know how the BLM prioritizes the gathers, honestly. It has to do with forage conditions and environmental conditions and where they have money to do gathers. So I don't know that wildlife is the #1 priority for them, but I wish it was more. And hopefully these tools at least allow us to do some targeted areas in the future.
Commissioner Walter.
Cody, I was just hoping that you guys could send the publication out. I'd love to read that. So.
Absolutely, and then the work that Dr. Stoner's doing will be published as well. So as soon as that, the fawning habitat, we'll have that available too as soon as it's published. That takes a while, the publishing process, but I will be happy to submit or circulate the paper we already have.
I think it'd be great.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Well, thank you, Cody and Dr. Stoner, for the presentation.
All right, thanks, David.
It's been my pleasure.
All right, I think we'll take lunch now before we go do the predator plan. So why don't we plan on coming back at 1 o'clock? Well, I haven't heard from Alana, but we're gonna keep rolling. We still have quite a bit to get through. So, with that, we will go to agenda item number 6I, fiscal year 2024 predation management plan, wildlife staff specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. The commission will review the final draft of the fiscal year 2024 draft predation management plan with the department. The commission may take action to modify or endorse the plan.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I have two outside presenters, Dr. Saltaire and Dr. Dettenmeyer, on some work, and I have a question before I get going. Do you want, after their presentation, to ask them questions then, or do you want us to all get through everything we have and then ask questions just once at the end?
I think as they finish each of theirs, we could ask them questions at that time.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm going to give an abridged presentation of the final rendition of the predator management plan. I'm not going to go into as much detail on the projects for continuation since you've heard the same presentation before. And then I also wanted to include this. We have some flyers in the back. NDOW is hosting a Mule Deer Enhancement Summit meeting in Winnemucca, August 17th to the 19th. So please feel free to reach out to me or another administrator or game division employee for more details, and please take a save the date flyer. So a summary on the plans and reports is calendars and fiscal years can get a little convoluted. November, I reported out in fiscal year 2022. We are currently functioning, working in fiscal year 2023. And then today, I'm going to be presenting on fiscal year 2024, and that goes July 1 into June 30 of the following year. And then all of our previous plans and reports are available on our website. You can also email me, and then I'll also be updating the $3 fee bibliography on our website. It's on there. I'm about to upload some new renditions. I know that this $3 fee and its program receives a lot of attention, and so I try to be thorough in capturing in one place all of the work that we have done in the Predator report as far as lethal control goes, and then in the other research and findings in that bibliography. So about our Predator fee, it's now generating over $900,000 annually every time a sportsman applies for a big game or a turkey tag, of which $14,000 is sent to the Department of Agriculture for administrative support. The remainder is available for Predator plans, as you'll hear today, also staff salary and overhead, and it does not revert back to any sort of general fund. If it goes unused, it does remain in that $3 fee account and available for future uses. At the moment, the three acceptable expenditures in the management of predatory wildlife, research of lethal control techniques on predatory wildlife, and then the protection of sensitive species. And then we also have the 80% mandate, for which the fiscal year we have the most complete accounting for, and an aspect of that lethal removal can encompass monitoring. And so some input opportunities. Sorry, I didn't fix this from the last time. So you heard me first at the January meeting. We then went to the Predatory Animal and Rodent Committee meeting in February. And then in March, the Wildlife Damage Management meeting, the March Commission meeting, and then the May Commission meeting. This is has the option to be heard with all cabs, and then also folks can reach out to me directly. A little bit about this plan's budget. As I said, we're generating now just over $900,000 annually. And so we need to allocate $728,000 to reach that 80% mandate, and we currently have $934,000 allocated in that plan. Another recommended change: we used to have the project type and then the monitoring component. Come to find out, an implementation style on the ground project never had rigorous monitoring, and vice versa. They never really mixed or matched, and so we're recommending removing that monitoring and then just mentioning the project type, and then within that project type description, capturing that monitoring aspect. So projects recommended for continuation. Project 21, the tune of $175,000. This is work in collaboration with USDA Wildlife Services to control common ravens for the protection of greater sage grouse across the state. 2201 is mountain lion removal in the northwest corner of the state to establish two different bighorn, California bighorn herds, one in 011 and one in 013, and we worked with both Wildlife Services and private contractors to conduct this work. Project 22074 is about as old as 2201. That Rocky Mountain population has reached critical mass set forth by the area game biologists and our sheep staff specialists, and so now we are monitoring that population for mortality events by the deployment of GPS transmitters and removing lions if there is a mortality event. Project 37 is statewide, or affords NDOW the ability to remove mountain lions statewide. We use both wildlife services and private contractors to do so. 38, similar to the last project, except that it's the removal of coyotes, predominantly used for protection of pronghorn and mule deer and winter range and fawning habitats. Project 40 is a multi-year project that began to complement some other multifaceted management that Eureka County and some other entities had funded, and this is now transitioned from coyote to coyote and mountain lion removal, really in Hunt Unit 144, and we work with Wildlife Services on this. Project 41, this is a collaboration with the U.S. Geological Survey. You can see that this budget's bigger. However, this doesn't have a lethal component, and so therefore we can match it to our federal aid or Pittman-Robertson grant. And so only 25% of that $300,000 comes from the $3 fee. The rest is federal. And there's a lot of different deliverables, and this is the first of 2 presentations. And so I'm going to get out of this and let Dr. Dettenmeyer give his presentation, and then we'll come back to mine. I would like to say Dr. Pete Coates is over the hill over in California. His dad's battling cancer, and at the moment it's a little touch and go. He really expressed an immense amount of remorse and wanted to be here to provide this. For any commissioners or audience that aren't aware, ravens are native. However, they are functioning like an invasive species. They're growing very rapidly from a population standpoint. In my world, causing a lot of concerns for greater sage-grouse nest success, but as Seth will briefly touch on, they're causing a lot of other negative consequences for other sensitive species, and so he's going to talk about what we've done and then where we hope to go with Common Raven Research and Management.
All right, thanks, Pat. Oops. What? No, I got that part. Just want to blow that up a little bit. All right, I want to first just thank the commission for allowing me the opportunity to present today. As Pat said, Pete unfortunately is not able to make it. But I just want to start here saying it's a big collaboration. There's a lot of researchers that are involved in the work that we have been doing. While it is Nevada-centric, most of the research that we do, it does expand out into the entire Great Basin. So we do cover a lot of ground in the research that we do, but most of that support is coming from Nevada and the $3 predator fee. So I'm just going to start by covering one of our most recent successes. Pat mentioned updating the $3 predator fee bibliography. Recently, in a collaboration with the Human and Wildlife Interactions Journal, we published a special edition on ravens that included 22 different papers on ecology, management, and the science of ravens. About half of those received some funding from the $3 predator fee. These wouldn't be possible to do that work without that. So that support has been greatly appreciated, and it's led to, a lot of developments in raven ecology. And some of that, I'm going to touch on just a few of the papers that we have in there, but you can see there's quite a few topics that we did manage to cover. One of the first papers that I want to just highlight is this paper here that we used breeding bird survey data from 1978 all the way to 2018. That's what was available when we did the analyses. And what we did here is we modeled population trends, raven population trends, across all the ecoregions of the entire North America. And so what you see there is a graph kind of representing those different ecoregions. You can see that in essentially every single one, those raven trends are going up. The figure here, we're just kind of focusing on sensitive species that are known to be impacted by ravens. And the red lines there are representing the raven population trends within those species habitats. The blue line represents raven trends at the greater landscape scale. So you can see that this is really a concentrated issue for these sensitive species. And I'm going to jump back to this graph a little bit later in the presentation. So moving on to another paper, we do understand that agencies are working to try to do more with shrinking budgets. And so we're trying to develop, or what we did develop was a rapid assessment tool here that allows for valid and reliable field estimations of raven densities using a minimum number of surveys. Essentially what this does is it allows agencies to operate most efficiently while still being able to collect solid data in the field. Much of the latest research was then incorporated into this applied science-based framework used to help inform raven management strategies. This is all supported by the latest and most available science. This has been released as a software tool in version 1, so it is a web-based tool now. And we are working with NDOW and with Wildlife Services to implement the use of this tool. And so we're just getting started on that. But there's a lot of work that remains for optimizing this tool and creating the best solutions for management agencies. And I'm going to revisit that at the end of my talk. So I'm going to shift slightly at this point, and I'm going to just take the next few minutes, and I'm just going to cover what is familiar ground by now. We've given a lot of presentations to the commission before. You guys have seen a lot of this, so I'm going to be very brief about this, but I do want to remind everybody about the scale of the issue that we're facing here. So in this short graphic, we're really just kind of able to visualize the expansion of those raven populations across the entire West. This is from the 1970s on, where ravens have increased by 400% in cold deserts, which includes the Great Basin. And these changes have then cascaded into issues for sensitive species conservation, and I'll talk about that shortly. But you can see there in the graph in the top left, counts used to be somewhere around 5 ravens we're seeing per survey, and now we're up around 25. This trend is just largely due to anthropogenic subsidies. The map here is a map of raven densities across the Great Basin. And just what I wanted to highlight here is that the models used to create this really show that density is related to elevation and then largely driven by proximity to agriculture and development. For those of you very familiar with this area, you can kind of pick out the major highway systems, freeway systems there throughout the Great Basin, just using raven density. When we look at maps of raven occurrence, we're finding the exact same thing. There's an association with development. I'm going to jump back just for a second to this density map to make a quick point. We can use these density maps and extrapolate out that information to try to get out a number of individuals. And within the Great Basin, that is now estimated over 400,000 ravens in the Great Basin. The other thing I want to highlight is the density itself. The average density for ravens in the Great Basin is 0.54 ravens per square kilometer. The science suggests that the ecological threshold, the point at which ravens do start negatively impacting sage grouse nest survival, is at 0.4. So on average, the Great Basin exceeds that. That's pretty concerning. Moving back to those drivers and the raven trends, we see from multiple different studies that ravens highly select for transmission lines when it comes to nesting substrate. Not only that, but raven fledglings that are raised in proximity to anthropogenic subsidies also have higher survival. Now, just moving over to the impacts of those on sensitive species. The largest impacts come from hyperpredation and spillover predation. So hyperpredation is just an increase in the ability of a generalist predator to predate a prey, even when that prey is reducing in numbers. Ravens are not limited by the amount of sage-grouse nests on the landscape. And then we have spillover predation, which is where a predator such as the raven is introduced into or expands into habitat where it generally wouldn't be supported. That's a lot of the deserts. The Mojave Desert in particular is one where we didn't have so many ravens previously, but now we're experiencing increases. It's not just sage-grouse that are impacted. This is another study that came out of that Raven special issue. What the figure here is showing us is the overlap between ravens and then the breeding area or breeding habitat for 8 different sensitive avian species that are known to be impacted by ravens. So these impacts are happening over very broad areas as well. I did show this previously, but I do want to just bring it back so I can put the sage-grouse front and center. Just notice how staggering that increase is within sage-grouse habitat relative to the areas around it. This is one reason that this issue is just such a problem for sage-grouse nest survival. These increases are really impacting those areas where sage-grouse need to be protected. These overabundant raven populations then negatively impact sage-grouse reproductive success. Here is a study that Dr. Coates had done previously here in Nevada, and they found that ravens are the top nest predator when it comes to sage-grouse nests. They're taking the lion's share of sage-grouse eggs. Further research actually shows that there's increase in raven predation on sage-grouse nests as shrub cover is decreased. The reason I bring this up is because it becomes more concerning when we're moving into the age of megafires. With those fires come the destruction of habitat, reductions, and removal of shrub cover. So we're only going to expect that the impacts that ravens have on sage-grouse is going to worsen across all of their habitat as we face this other threat. So while the situation does seem pretty dire, there is some hope, and that's what's coming out of the collaboration between NDOW and USGS and Wildlife Services now. And what we're trying to do is help develop this adaptive management framework to help find that solution. Here it is in its simplest form. It's basically 5 steps that managers can use to efficiently target areas of high concern for management action while offering a suite of management options that are based on site conditions. We've then taken this framework and we baked it into a web-based application tool to make it user-friendly and accessible to managers. This is live and available, and as I said before, NDOW is, oops, I don't know why it's advancing on itself. But NDOW is using this to help target some areas for raven management. So the tool itself, it's a pretty long presentation just to walk through the tool. I'm going to make it really quick at this point. If the commission does want a more comprehensive demonstration of the tool, we absolutely can come back and do that. But for today's talk, I'm just going to keep it very brief. So the tool basically provides a lot of guide layers. Those include like raven abundance, raven density, important sage-grouse boundaries, sage-grouse breeding areas, and more. And then users can upload sites as shapefiles, or they can draw them out on the maps themselves. On the following page, users can enter in site-level data when it comes to raven densities. This can either be done through traditional point counts, and we can calculate out in the background what those estimations are, those density estimations are. And then with the site boundaries are defined and the raven densities entered, the tool will then organize your sites by potential impact to sage-grouse nest survival. And here, the low concern is the site there in the blue. That's considered a tier 3. I could discuss the tiers if you'd like as well. But then site 3 there is experiencing more impacts from ravens. And you can see the commensurate increase in tier level. Finally, the user is provided basically a table of potential management options that could be appropriate depending on those site level specific conditions. And those can be modified based on like local knowledge if there's things that are that somebody might know that's not included within GIS layers. That is one of the limitations of the tool currently. So we have this organized framework, and it provides scientific support, and we've incorporated that into the tool. And currently, the only thing like it when it comes to raven management, there's just nothing else like it out there. There are theoretical models of raven populations, but those exist on biologists' computers, just inaccessible. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to build something that better connects science to action, but we still have a ways to go on this. There are several features that we are hoping to incorporate in the future. And one of the challenges that remains is we don't even know exactly how many ravens we should be removing. So one of the improvements that we'd like to suggest to the tool is that we are working on something that will help predict how many ravens to remove from a site, and then what is required to get to levels below a non-threshold conflict, a non-conflict threshold. And we do estimate that we can likely accomplish something like that in the next year or so, and this would just greatly increase the usefulness of this tool to management. There's also questions about whether what we're doing, if that is actually working. So we need to measure our efforts. And with the help of Pat Jackson, he's connected us with Mark Ono over at Wildlife Services. We started collaborating with them to collect pre- and post-treatment data when they go out and do egg baiting and other treatments. So now anywhere that we have a site where raven control is taken, we basically have the information to incorporate that into a BACI design framework so that we can learn more about how effective the different actions are, whether that be egg baiting, whether it be egg oiling, aversion tactics, all of those. So, yeah, that will help us get at the efficacy of the different management actions. And while we do have a good sense for the general densities at which ravens are impacting sage-grouse nest survival, that modeling can be refined and include more sites and more landscape variables. We can always try to get more accurate with our estimations. So version 1 of the tool, it can prioritize areas for treatment based on raven densities, and that's pretty helpful, but there's a lot more potential that remains within the tool. And so what we're trying to do is we want to develop models that are going to allow managers to see the potential sites where sage-grouse nest survival will actually respond most to the management options. So not just tying it to a number of ravens to take, but being able to estimate what impact that's going to ultimately have for the metric that maybe what we want to be managing for, and that's sage-grouse nest survival. Another area that we want to explore is just being able to provide simulations of outcomes, like I was just mentioning, so that these management options can be weighed using a cost-benefit ratio. So let's say that we simulate an egg oil treatment. With a fully supported tool, we could include application costs, the efficacy of that application, the predicted benefit to sensitive species, be that sage-grouse or Mojave desert tortoise or other species. We could then do the same simulations for the use of corvicide baited eggs. And then managers could then create multiple management scenarios, and we could compare those within the tool and across potential treatments so that these outcomes can be used to better inform management decisions. And the current version of the tool, it doesn't have this sort of predictive capability at all. We do have the ability to get there, but we're not there yet. So we have a lot more that we can do. Like I said, this is version 1. It's just been released. We're just testing it out. It seems to be doing well for what it does, but there's a lot more capability. And while I don't want to support fear-mongering, it is important that we all recognize the gravity of the issue and the challenges that we need to overcome with overabundant raven populations and the issues that they pose to census species conservation efforts. So, as really the only tool of its kind that can help us find a solution like this, I think the current version is like the phone that you see here. It was a revolution when it first came out, and it's quite useful in its own right. However, think if we'd never thought to improve upon this. We would have never really realized how incredibly useful these devices would become and how indispensable they are in our daily life. And so in a similar fashion, while that Raven management tool is useful and there's nothing out there like it, there's also so much more to be realized in its potential. So there's certainly more questions that remain for us to answer that could make this an even better tool and make it more useful for managers in informing decisions. So we've got a lot of questions, but I'll take this opportunity to take any questions from the commission.
Any questions? Commissioner East.
Okay, bear with me. What is the estimated population in the Great Basin? Did you say 400,000?
North of 400,000.
North of 400,000?
Yes.
Okay, and so my brain does weird things. I think about AML.
Yes.
What is our Raven AML?
I don't know what that number, I can't calculate it out in my head, but that, like I said, the density at which we do have evidence that ravens are impacting sage-grouse nest survival is at about 0.4 right now.
0.4, okay.
And we're 0.54 on average. Some sites, obviously, are well below that. Sites that are further from anthropogenic subsidies, further from development, tend to be lower in densities, but we have some areas that are just incredibly high.
Is there any other method to remove them? Legal method to remove them, I should say.
Yeah, that may be a question for Pat here.
The what? It changes everything? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. So the first and foremost method that Wildlife Services uses is a corvicide. It's very species specific. It's generally, it's labeled to be put in a few different things, but in Nevada, they're predominantly putting it into a hard-boiled chicken egg. We do see some mesopredators, coyotes, fox, et cetera, eat those, but they can't consume enough of that toxicant in that capacity to reach LD50, whereas ravens do. However, it takes a few days to kick into effect, so ravens, being very smart, don't put 2 and 2 together. They can be shot, and that is something that we didn't see our permit increase this year from the Fish and Wildlife Service, which I want to put on the record I find frustrating. However, we did get a special use permit, a miscellaneous permit from the same office for Wildlife Services to shoot mating pairs on Lex, and so that is something that they've put more effort into. You're not going to see that have a population level consequence, but it is helping create that temporary void around sage grouse nests and Lex. And then you can also oil eggs, as you've heard, and in a different talk, different day. That is has been demonstrated to be very effective. However, there's a lot more effort that goes into that, and so it's a tool in the toolbox, but it's a very expensive tool, so to speak. And so communication with Pete Coates, that's something that we're wanting to capture, is the take per unit effort, if you will, on one tool versus the other. So shooting toxicants, oiling eggs, and then tearing down nests in some situations.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious then, and maybe the numbers are in here, but based on that expected 400,000 or estimated 400,000 number, how many ravens are we removing today?
Again, that's a question
Yeah.
for Pat.
Yeah, Pat Jackson, staff specialist. So I want to say that 400,000 number is Great Basin wide, so that's not just in Nevada. That said, our own depredation permit is for 2,500. Wildlife Services has a matching permit for livestock protection, and then there are other entities, mainly utility companies that have their own smaller permit, mainly for nest removal for health and human safety reasons. I will say that the use of a depredation permit is a bit of a square peg round hole, because one of the requirements in being issued a depredation permit is that you will not have a population level consequence, which is something we ideally would. And I know that there are things in the works with the Fish and Wildlife Services to add another method of management within the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, but I don't know where that's at. But we do expect to see a notable increase in our permit for this upcoming year. So at the moment, we are focused on trying to create those temporary voids in and around sage-grouse, Leston necks, and then I think some of these transitions from a flip phone to an iPhone is how are we going to have population level consequences, and that's that 3-tier system that Seth talked about, and really we're going to have to focus quite a bit on that second tier, that subsidy removal and preventing ravens from being able to have access to food and nest and perching structures like they currently do.
So we're permitted to, as I think you mentioned as a department, 2,500 is our permit.
That is correct.
Of the 2,500 that we're permitted to take, how many do you think we're taking of the 2,500 that we're allowed?
So Wildlife Services is in the field and collecting surveys pre and post, and Mark Ono is listening in. However, he's on a phone, so he couldn't call in. But we should be at that cap this year, the 2,500.
Okay, any additional questions or comments?
Yes, I have a question relative to our legislative report, and we discussed SB 40 and the reduction in the predator amount to be used somewhere else besides predator management, and was wondering, because we opposed it, if we would have agreed to that and made a motion to accept it and to pass it, will that have a negative impact on our predator management plan financially?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. Did you mean AB 70?
Yes. Sorry.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know where that will come out and how we will or will not be able to use those funds.
All right, any additional questions for Seth? Oh, go ahead.
Seth Dettenmeyer for the record. I just wanted to make one side comment that directed to Commissioner McNitz. Earlier, you were asking about evidence of impacts of feral horses on other species. I believe the paper is 2019 in the Journal of Wildlife Management. Dr. Coates did release a paper that shows that as horses exceed AML, that they are having impacts, or there's a correlation between reductions in lekking sage-grouse. So it's the work is starting to come. It's started. There's obviously a lot more to do, but yeah, we're trying to get there.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, because yeah, I was aware that they were having impact with, primarily with the residual grasses, I guess, the nesting areas. Is that the nest reduction, and I guess that there's actual physical damage to nests at times too. Just, is that right?
I don't know about particular instances of like trampling of nests. That obviously could happen. I don't know about the documentation of that, but I do know within that paper, you know, Dr. Coates had modeled out like different leks and different populations, and at current rates of going over AML and the horse trend and stuff, there are populations that there's a point at which they're going to blink out.
And which makes them more vulnerable to raven predation and stuff. So, yeah, I appreciate that time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Seth.
Any other questions before I go back to my presentation? And so that was where we've been and where we're going with Project 41. Project 42 is probably more accurately referred to as the Mountain Lion Integrated Population Management Model. And so a year or two ago, our collaborators used existing GPS data and some harvest data and developed a model and said that we have about between 3,200 and 3,400 lions in the state and that the population is stable. There are some recommendations on data we could collect to improve that. To date, we haven't made many strides other than gaining permission to deploy GPS transmitters on the Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge, which this winter to date has impeded. And then the more recent rendition of this project is that model will be put into a manuscript and submitted for publication to prove its rigor. Project 43, mesopredator removals to protect waterfowl, turkeys, and pheasants on wildlife management areas. This at the moment occurs on 2 wildlife management areas during the predominantly waterfowl nesting season to increase waterfowl nest success and clutch sizes, and we work with Wildlife Services to conduct this work. Project 44, we've had some outside presentations of this. Dr. David Stoner, who you heard prior to lunch, is one of the collaborators on this. This started out as a project where we were removing mountain lions and then GPS marking and visiting sites and only removing sheep eaters, and then coming to find out most of our lions are eating some feral horses. A notable majority are actually feral horse specialists, and so we're recommending the continuation of this to look into more of what happens with changes in horse numbers, as well as to remove lions if and when they do eat a bighorn sheep. It's a one strike and you're out policy. Project 45, this started out as a standalone project to use trail cameras and hair snares to passively estimate Nevada's black bear population. Those findings were published in a Wildlife Society bulletin paper. I should have put a QR code on here. Feel free to contact me either via email or at the meeting. I can provide you with that manuscript. This is now a continuation of just a larger camera project, which we're going to hear from Dr. Saltair on in a moment. It's now melded well with Project 46. Both of these are basically a camera grid across the northwest portion of the state to look at various wildlife populations. And so with that, I'll have Dr. Saltair come up and give his presentation.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Staff Specialist Jackson, and to the Commission for the opportunity to speak here. Again, I'm Dr. Sean Saltair, Research Associate at the University of Montana, and I'm going to be giving another draft update from our progress on Project 46, specifically with the objective of trying to estimate the mule deer population in northwest Nevada using trail cameras. And just real quick, I want to acknowledge my co-authors on this work, Robert Montgomery, University of Oxford, and my direct supervisor, Joshua Millsbaugh, also at the University of Montana. So, Project 46, as I mentioned, is focused on a mule deer population in 11 hunting units in northwestern Nevada. These hunting units range from just north of Reno to the Oregon border, and then a little bit east from there. And the mule deer population in most of these units has declined markedly from historical population levels just a few decades ago, as is shown by these estimated trends from the aerial survey data collected by NDOW each year, which show these pretty marked declines across most of these units. And as we all know, these aerial surveys have long been used by NDOW to monitor deer populations, but generally there is not a lot of availability of validation data to validate these survey techniques, aerial survey techniques, and recent advances in statistical modeling have the potential, which allow for population abundance to be estimated from different survey techniques, have the ability to potentially provide that type of validation data and also provide other methods for monitoring deer populations moving forward. So that brings me to our objectives for Project 46, where our goal is to use remote data collection methods, principally trail cameras, to accomplish two main objectives that are relevant to this mule deer population. And our first objective, and what I'm going to be presenting on today, is using cameras to estimate mule deer population levels in Northwest Nevada. Secondarily, we're also using these remote data collection techniques like cameras and weather stations to try to understand factors that are limiting this population, but I'm not going to be talking about that part of the study today. But our study consists of almost 200 cameras deployed across northwestern Nevada, these 11 hunting units, at about a 49-kilometer squared resolution, so roughly a camera every 5 miles across this area. So you can see that as the white points in the map. The stars indicate the sites that we've deployed weather stations at. And basically, when we're trying to use cameras to obtain population estimates, it's important to kind of understand what the cameras are doing out there. So when these cameras are deployed, they're essentially conducting a survey of the area directly in front of the cameras. This area is known as the view shed, and it's the size of this view shed is determined by two numbers: the radius, which determines how far objects are that the cameras are detecting, and then also the lens angle, which determines the width of the view shed. Now, both of these measures can vary by the make and models of the cameras, but also just kind of site-specific variables like the terrain and the vegetation present. And basically, the goal of studies aiming to estimate wildlife abundance from cameras is to deploy cameras across the region of interest so that these view sheds that these cameras are sampling is basically representative of the entire area of interest, in this case, Northwest Nevada. And if we can do that, deploy these cameras in a representative way, that way the patterns of wildlife detections within these view sheds can be extrapolated to the entire area of interest to estimate abundance. And the specific analysis technique that we use to estimate mule deer abundance using cameras in this study is called the time to event model. And in this statistical framework, the time to event is the time until a target species is detected on a camera's view shed once it's deployed for a survey. And the model is based on the intuitive premise that there's a relationship between how many animals there are in an area, how abundant they are, and the time it takes to detect them during a given survey. Specifically, if you have greater abundance or more animals, you're going to be detecting on the cameras more frequently. There's going to be a lower time to detection or time to event. But the other piece of this puzzle is basically species movement rate. So at a constant density, if animals are moving faster, then you're going to be detecting them more frequently than if they were moving more slowly. So another input to this model, in addition to the detections on cameras, is also the movement rate of the study population. And so incorporating this typically requires independent data that is oftentimes sourced from GPS collars. Basically that was a big part of the motivation for deploying several GPS collars on both bucks and does over the past couple of years in the study area. However, oftentimes, trying to understand the effective movement rate on the detection of wildlife on cameras requires obtaining movement rate or locations of animals at a fairly fine temporal resolution, more fine than is typical for most GPS wildlife telemetry studies. So I worked with staff specialists Cody Schroeder and Pat Jackson this spring to reprogram some of the collars that were already deployed to obtain fixes at shorter time intervals so that we can better understand what their true movement rate is on the landscape to feed into this model. So we chose a subset of the individuals because this is going to use a little bit more of the battery life of the collars. Took 6 individuals, 3 bucks, 3 does, and we cranked it down from the typical 3 hours to a 15-minute fix rate. And that was for about a month's period of time early this spring. And this map just shows 2 dense location clusters for 2 individuals that we made this change on, where you can see that we're getting much more finer information about where they're moving around the landscape than at the previous 3-hour fix rate. And that was pretty important because it basically doubled the estimate of how fast they're moving around the landscape or the distance that they're moving from a 3-hour fix rate to a 15-minute fix rate. So that was really important for our analysis to be able to capture that information. And another important aspect of the time to event analysis is basically defining the exact study area that you want to estimate abundance over. So given that we deployed our cameras in a systematic grid across the study area, we felt pretty confident that we could scale up the estimate to the size of basically the entirety of Northwest Nevada. So we basically took the minimum polygon that was required to encompass all of our 200 survey locations. And then when we subtracted areas below 4,000 feet that were basically just low elevation playas like the Black Rock Desert, which we didn't sample, put cameras in, and really mule deer aren't moving into anyways because they're pretty sparsely vegetated. This area was about, essentially, yeah, it's based everywhere north and west of the Black Rock and Smoke Creek deserts and west of Pyramid Lake. And it's about a 17,000 kilometer squared area. And that includes all or portions of the 11 hunting units I highlighted earlier in the presentation. So this is the area that we're going to be presenting an abundance estimate for. And now I'm going to walk you through some preliminary estimates from our models. So these are definitely very preliminary. We have reasonable confidence in them, but there's still some changes we're going to be pursuing to the analysis that we think will strengthen it. So basically, this graph is going to show abundance on the y-axis, and it's going to show abundance of 3 different groups along the x-axis. So the total amount of deer estimated to be in this area, the number of does, and the number of bucks, again, because we can pretty easily separate out does and bucks on camera trap photos. I'm going to present you a point estimate, so just basically the estimated number for each of these categories of deer, and then also kind of a line that's going to represent the 95 confidence interval, which is basically kind of the range of possible values that the model suggests that deer abundance could fall into. And these estimates are also going to apply to about the 10-month period of time from January through October 2021, where we have the most of our data processed so far for this time period. All right, so here are the estimates from our preliminary models. Again, not finalized yet, but for this time period, the model estimated that there was about 3,300 deer in this study area, 3,389 to be exact, with a confidence interval of about 3,000 to 3,700. That included about 2,100 does with a confidence interval of 1,800 to just over 2,400 does, and estimate for bucks of about 1,388 bucks with a confidence interval of 1,100 up to 1,600. And then if we divide our buck estimate by the doe estimate, that gives us a buck to doe ratio of about 0.65 from this preliminary model. So here's some evidence from preliminary models that cameras can provide some reasonable population estimates over a pretty broad spatial area. I would say this estimate also provides further evidence that at this time this is a pretty low density population. That's not a lot of deer over an area this large. So that kind of confirms what everything what we thought about this population. And as I mentioned, we're going to be making quite a bit of changes going forward. We have pretty decent confidence that this estimate is not going to change a lot for this time period. We'll see what future years bring. But I also just wanted to give you another even more preliminary estimate from another species that we're also focusing on for this project, which is basically an estimate of how many mountain lions might be in this area using our camera data. So when we fit a preliminary model to the mountain lion detections that we've acquired so far over the course of the study, which is about 40 photos at 18 of these sites, and here, we didn't have any specific movement rate from the study area on mountain lions. We don't have any collars out there yet, so we went to previously published scientific studies, got an estimate of how far mountain lions move per day from that study, feed that into the model, and it estimated a draft estimate of about 110 mountain lions in this study area. I definitely want to stress that this is even more preliminary than the deer estimate. As I mentioned, we don't have any local information about mountain lion movement, how quickly they're moving around the landscape. We're hopefully going to be getting that as collars go out on the Sheldon Wildlife Refuge here within the next year. And it's also a pretty small sample size at this point, so we definitely want to have additional years of data into this analysis before we have any confidence in these estimates. And just real briefly, walking through kind of what we're up to now to try to improve these models and make some tweaks to them. Basically, the models so far assume that the view shed is about the size that the manufacturers of the cameras say it should be, like the cameras shoot this far and they shoot at this lens angle. We know that's not quite true, so we're out there actively measuring the distance that these cameras are picking up objects, and that'll be important to feed that into the model to give us more confidence in these final estimates. And then also just more information on movement rate, particularly for bucks. It took us a little while to get buck collars out in this study area, given how low density it is. And if we have, fortunately, we have a lot more information more bucks on air right now. A lot of our buck detections are happening during the rut, presumably because they're moving around a lot more during that time period, but we really don't have much movement information from that time period yet. So as we move to the final models, we'll be including movement rates for bucks throughout the entire year. And finally, these estimates are going to be improved by providing additional years of data. This is about year 3 of a proposed 5-year project. We're going to be going to get a lot more data off of the cameras this spring to be able to fit an additional year's worth of data to these models. And we're hoping to continue to collect data for a couple more years to improve these estimates. So hopefully during this presentation, I've convinced you that cameras are a potential valuable tool for population monitoring, especially when they're combined with other sources of data like GPS collar locations. If you want any additional information about the modeling framework that we use to arrive at these estimates, I'm including a QR code here that links to a short kind of tutorial presentation I put together about time to event modeling and estimating abundance from camera traps. So you should be able to access that from the recording. And if you have any questions about that video, if you're having any trouble asking it, please feel free to reach out to me via email. But yeah, that's what I've got for today.
Any questions for Dr. Solteri? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, I mean, I don't even really know how to frame this question, I guess, but with the collars, maybe that's helpful, but without getting too in the weeds, I'm just curious, how do you determine through the trail cams, you know, again, to extrapolate to that number and not knowing it's the same group of, you know, 5 deer here, 10 deer there, 3 deer there, the same deer that walk in front of those cameras every other day?
Yeah, I mean, the model's actually not sensitive to that. So that basically the inputs are, this is how many times we detected deer or how frequently we detected them on the cameras. And then this is what their general movement rate is across the landscape. And if you know those two things, and you know, this model's been pretty well validated by different kinds of simulations where people have done computer simulations of populations and then sampled them with hypothetical grids of cameras. And then it provides pretty valid estimates. And even if in situations where you can't identify maybe the number of animals in a given photo, you just know that the detected deer, not how many. And even if they kind of cluster on the landscape, which we very much know that they are clustered in this area into certain specific types of habitat. So yeah, and I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons why we put together this instructional video that can be accessed from this QR code, as we kind of go into that a little bit. Is really the key is knowing how fast they're moving around the landscape and then how often they're being detected. And using those two things, you can arrive at a density estimate, which can be scaled up to abundance across a whole area.
And have you found that the data that you've collected here and the population estimates correlate with that data and estimates that have been done from aerial surveys?
So far, it looks fairly similar, actually, within closer than I even would have expected, really. So there does seem to be some kind of correspondence between those two estimates, which is always a good thing, I think, when you're finding that completely different survey techniques are arriving at a similar solution for the population. So, yeah.
And the last question I had is just curious, given these trail cameras that are out there, not only picking up deer and mountain lion and everything else, but I'm just curious if there's any data collaboration that can be done from our previous presentation on wild horses, if there's some data there that can be shared on wild horses that may be of some value to the folks that are doing studies in that area.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, as far as the secondary objective of this study, which is trying to understand factors that are potentially limiting this population or leading to the poor performance, feral horses are kind of a focus of that analysis and looking at the relationship between mule deer and feral horses at fairly fine spatial scale of like the actual cameras, whereas, Dr. Stoner's presentation was kind of a little bit more, at least early on, was pretty like big picture, where are these species overlapping? We should be able to look at pretty fine scale overlap. And our camera grid actually has similar characteristics to the cameras that they're running down in the Dolomar Mountains. So I think there definitely is some potential for some collaboration there. We haven't really combined our data sets yet, but it's something we've definitely been discussing. We should be able to do in the future. Yeah.
Any additional questions or comments? I guess we had a question earlier to one of the presenters, and I thought it was kind of interesting. Have you had anything come up yet that surprised you so far within the study?
Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting things, I presented on this earlier, this was super preliminary, but, given that there's some decent evidence that mountain lions are feeding on feral horses, a lot of areas, we didn't really see a lot of relationship between where we were detecting those two species on the cameras. It was definitely more of a strong relationship between mule deer and mountain lions. So that was one thing. Another thing that I thought was kind of interesting is there seems to be some going from Project 45, doing most of the bear study up to here. It was kind of interesting to see that there are some bears up in this part of the state too, especially particularly in the far northwest, kind of near Cedar or Via area. I thought that was kind of an interesting thing. Yeah, and that's definitely a benefit of putting these cameras out there, is that we get pictures of all kinds of stuff. So it's useful for monitoring a lot of different species. Yeah.
Okay. Any additional questions? Doesn't look like any. Thank you, Dr. Solter.
Okay, thank you.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. You may not know this, but some colleagues that will go unnamed sometimes give me a hard time on how long my agenda items take. And so I requested that 8 or so minute video not be played at this for the sake of brevity. However, I would encourage everyone interested to watch that. It does a great job of explaining briefly how you can use trail cameras in a grid to estimate various wildlife populations. And it also is another neat reason to have GPS data to supplement that to further inform those models. One newly proposed project, Project 47, a mule deer enhancement program, mule deer protection and assessment. I'm going to go into a little deeper dive on this. Has a proposed budget of $100,000 to be performed statewide. And can be used for predator control, or also to help direct a model to understand where to direct predator control, both temporally and spatially. Diving into this a little bit, I had the same slide at the last commission meeting in March, and then I got some notifications after the fact that a few people scanned this QR code and it wasn't active, so my apologies if those people are in the room. However, this one is live. This is Tony Wasley's document from 2004, which I would encourage folks to look at for some information on mule deer population dynamics. This is one of the many figures from that, and you could see the estimated deer population, the bars, and the line is precipitation. And so a little bit about our $3 predator fee. I want to emphasize that I try to take this fiscally responsibly. And so if we had $800,000 to spend on lethal removal in a fiscal year, we divided that by 16 counties. Each county would only get $50,000, which if Marconi was here, I may even ask him to chime in. You don't go very far in a countywide management program with that small amount of money. And so this is a thing that I made of a circular situation. And so to date, a lot of the predator control that's been conducted westwide, as Tony points out in his mule deer bulletin, the two most tangible sources of mortality for any wildlife species are hunter take and predation. And so we can adjust hunter take by the issuing, raising, lowering of tags, quotas, et cetera. And then in theory, we can reduce predation events by removing predators. And so there's that thought. We conduct predator control. It wasn't set up to make inference, and so then we find ourselves, the little figure on my left, various interpretations exist. And so I find that we're in this circular situation. And it's my hope that Project 47 helps us get out of that. So some thoughts to add to this. I have a couple slides here from Dr. Stoner in looking at how much land mass is required to support 370 deer. This is very much in tune in his presentation prior to lunch. What I want you to take away here, when it's green, you can have more deer per square mile, per square kilometer. And when you have drier areas, less green, you can have less. And so the green circle, you can have a deer every 60 square kilometers, and the gray circle in the lower left, you can have a deer every 1,500 square kilometers. Sorry, I didn't do the math for miles, but. And then here, similarly, you can see the home range sizes of two different male mountain lions corresponding with those deer. When you have more dense deer, lions have smaller home ranges. When you have more sparse deer, they have larger home ranges. Dense deer population in Utah, light deer population in Nevada, and in California. Wildlife are constantly breaking our assumptions. These are some preliminary findings of some GPS collars that were deployed on mule deer a few years ago. And deer ended up in places that we didn't expect. They summered in places we didn't expect. They wintered in places we didn't expect. And some deer that summered in one place would winter in a place that other deer summered. And so we can assume, but it's not necessarily reality. Likewise, and I should have summoned a more recent figure, there's a second rendition of a master's student over in Modoc County, and he is intentionally putting GPS collars on juvenile mountain lions to see where they go. This represents 5 mountain lions collared that didn't disperse into Nevada, and that number is now up to 12. And at least to date, he hasn't had one lion come from California into Nevada. And so back to this model of where can we go. I'm wanting to work with USD Wildlife Services to build on this white paper from Mike Bodenchuk, who at the time of this authorship was the State Wildlife Services Director for Utah. He's now in Texas, and some Zoom calls. He's very amenable to chiming in on this, and he'll be at the aforementioned Mule Deer Summit. And so looking at the 5 species in the program that I manage, we have a lot of understanding with ravens, as we heard Dr. Dettenmeyer talk about. Currently, we don't use $3 fee to manage bears or wolves, and so we're left with these 3 species. And so within a calendar year, a fiscal year, a biological year, I want to be in the same place where we're at with ravens. And so if we're at a flip phone with ravens, I would say with the management of mountain lions and coyotes for deer, it's more rotary. It's a rotary phone. So looking at that minimum effective dose, and I mentioned this at the previous meeting, what is the minimum amount of effort it's going to take to get the maximum result is where we want to go with this. And so that concludes the presentation here. And then I probably should have had another context slide. In our Mule Deer Enhancement Program, most recent round of proposals, we have 4 projects proposed. I'm going to briefly touch on those. We discussed those also at the March meeting, but didn't get a final recommendation. The first project is to occur in 043 to 046, and that's the removal of coyotes. You can see the budget and the timeline here. And this is the removal of coyotes in 111 to 115. 121, a removal of mountain lions and predominantly the Cherry Creeks. And then this is a little larger scale management areas 22, 23, 24, and removal of coyotes and fawning habitat 3.5 years instead of 3. And so the $3 fee is a fee generated by sportsmen. We heard a lot of discussion of that this morning and at the legislative committee meeting. I discussed this in March as well, but to go over it again, if we had a 3-legged stool to prop up our predator projects, the first one is that public process. This is a fee provided by sportsmen, initiated by a legislature, and I am acknowledging and do think it's incredibly important that sportsmen should in part drive how these funds are spent. Proven techniques, in some of our implementation style projects, we don't go out and collect much data for inference because that's been proven in other situations. Case in point would be the removal of mountain lions around small bighorn sheep populations, either before establishment, and then also to allow that population to hit critical mass proven technique. We don't do a tremendous amount of monitoring all the time because often monitoring is more expensive than the lethal removal. And then experimentation. We're going to go out and either learn something and simultaneously perform a management action to see what that management action does. And so I'll just leave it at this, but I'll entertain any questions and look for support on this year's fiscal year 2024 Predator Plan, and happy to have a conversation or answer questions about the 4 Predator projects within the Mule Deer Enhancement Program.
Questions for Pat? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, you made a comment, Pat, about the coyotes and mountain lions being more equivalent to a rotary phone. And just curious what you mean by that in terms of data collection, in terms of implementation of the strategy, what?
So Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. There have been a number of studies that have been published and otherwise that have looked at lethal removal of both mountain lions and coyotes and haven't found a notable benefit. And I'm not suggesting that there isn't a time and there isn't a place to perform predator control for the benefit of mule deer, but to the rotary phone, we don't have a model that says this is exactly when you should be doing this. And so because mountain lions occur 100% in the same places that mule deer occur, we can't remove mountain lions where mule deer are, all the time in every place. And so there's nothing at that surgical level to tell us when to perform and not perform those numbers. And unlike coyotes and mountain lions, which we don't have a coyote estimate, but we don't have any reason to assume that population is drastically growing or decreasing, we do have a mountain lion population estimate, and it says that population is stable, unlike our raven population estimates that very much say that they are growing on the verge of exponentially.
And you mentioned while we don't have anything in Nevada, are you aware or do you know of any other states that do have models that are effective, that work?
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. The shorter answer to that is no. My colleague in Texas, Texas is looking to consider changing the way that they manage mountain lions, and so she did a review of not lethal control techniques, but just hunter take statewide, and that resulted in some series of conversations and whatnot. But I can't direct you to either a manuscript or even a colleague West-wide that says, hey, either when we increase hunter take or perform these management actions, we definitively put more mule deer on the landscape.
There we go. After looking through our quota information for tomorrow and reviewing this, I wrote myself a note to ask you, and I was going to ask you just offline, but I'm going to ask it now. Given the winter conditions that we've had, is there any reason that you would want to shift focus from any of our, with any of these projects to help with project 37 and 38?
So Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record, making sure I understand the question. Because of the winter severity, you're asking if I believe we should put more resources into projects 37 or 38?
Yes.
At the time, no. I do know that set in policy 23, the department has afforded a fair amount of, what's the word I would want to use? Ability, autonomy to respond promptly, and then we also can come back either to the Wildlife Damage Management Committee or to the commission saying, hey, we want to move money or increase projects. However, with $100,000 tied to projects 37, 38, and project 47, I think that we have enough gunpowder at the moment.
Okay.
And I guess, Pat, for me, you mentioned those 4 mule deer enhancement program projects, and the predation committee, I know we had a ton of discussion there, and I should remember, and I don't exactly remember where we ended up on that. Was the plan that some of those projects, weren't we gonna try to fund those under like 37, 38, and 47?
Yeah, Pat Jackson, staff specialist. There was a large amount of discussion at the most recent Wildlife Damage Management Committee meeting, as well as at the commission meeting. And so a couple of things that I recall from that is, well, one, no project is insured to be approved for 3 years. And so it would be desired to be last for 3 years, but these would come back for approval annually, and that they didn't have to be funded to the full dollar amount. And so it's really at the discretion of the commission how much you would want to shift these. I will say that if all of these were funded in their entirety, you'll have to forgive me, I added up the total at the most recent meeting, and I can't sum them off the top of my head. These would be able to be funded by projects 37 and 38, and it wouldn't drastically do what we do. I don't think that we would have any cataclysmic impacts on the resident coyote or mountain lion populations. I just also don't know that I'm going to be able to come back to you in 1, 2, or 3 years or beyond to say this is definitively what did or did not happen based off that removal effort.
So then I guess my question today is does the commission then need to provide you direction on these mule deer enhancement programs as far as what we want to fund for the plan that we're looking at today?
Staff specialist Pat, for the record, I believe so. The mule deer enhancement program is new, and so there's not really a precedent set for this. And so I'd look for Director Allen or Deputy Director Mike Scott to chime in, but I believe so.
And before they start, I'll add one more nuance to that. This portion of the, I guess, was this slide posted online ahead of the meeting? Because I know it's not in, none of this is within the plan itself. And I just want to make sure if we are going to act on some of that we were agendized correctly, if that makes sense, that we're. It was not? Okay. Yes, and we have the predator plan, the entire predator plan, but I'm just this specific, these four mule deer enhancement project items, I don't believe were included, and that's why I want to make sure we're proceeding correctly. If that makes sense.
I'm sorry, Mike Scott for the record. I don't know that these are specifically called out in the predator plan. However, we can use projects 37 and 38 to fulfill these requests by the mule deer enhancement program.
And I think the damage management committee, we did direct that committee made a decision on, how we wanted to proceed with these. I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to do something else today, but that whatever we are doing is we're following the correct procedure to do it.
And thanks for the questions. So as long as they are part of an existing predator management program and you're just directing it specifically, so this is a project, the 37 and 38 are part of the predator management plan, and we're just directing within that plan how we want to spend that money, I think you're okay to do that. That's definitely been noticed to the public.
Okay.
Do we take the whole plan the plan as a whole, not each of the? That's what I would be more comfortable with.
Correct. I guess my concern is, I think the committee, from what I remember, it's a couple months ago, I should remember, but I don't. But I think the committee did provide some direction on a couple of these projects, if I remember right. And I guess and if they fall within the plan, we just make sure that they're also falling within what the committee recommended. If that makes sense to everybody.
Mike Scott, for the record. Yeah, that's my recollection, is that the Wildlife Damage Management Committee supported these projects, and to my recollection, we were also directed to use Project 47 to create a matrix, basically a matrix to decide when we will do projects and when we won't do projects, when try to develop the science that will allow us to make better decisions on when we use predator control and when we don't.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, so we've got these two broad projects, 37 and 38. Had you not presented those up there and just done the work, I mean, we've got other projects that you're doing work on that just don't have a project number, is that right? So you have 37 and 38, and they're more statewide type of projects. And if you're doing something over here in this area, we haven't put a project number to it, but we're doing work with that money, even though it hadn't specifically. The only difference is that we've specified it here. I'm not uncomfortable with it, is what I'm saying. I think the only difference is that he's, so Pat, does that make sense? I don't know if you.
So Pat Jackson, staff specialist. So projects 37 and 38 have always been internal, and we've looked to various area game biologists, sportsman input, public input, wildlife services, and private contractor observation, et cetera. These are different. These came from a different public process, the Mule Deer Enhancement Program. And so
So you're just highlighting them a little more because they came in that different direction, but I
That is
guess the
correct.
use of the money it's the difference. To me, it's 6 one, half a dozen the other. It's just coming from a different angle, so I don't know. I'm not uncomfortable with it myself, so.
Okay. I didn't want to muddy the waters. I just wanted to bring it up because we did specifically bring up the FORP, so I just wanted to bring it up. All right, well, this is an action item. So I'm going to take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none. Any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment in Reno?
Still on the predator plan, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I would like to comment about the predator plan. This commission needs to look carefully at good projects, especially to bring back our deer. And why we oppose AB 70, the 80% was put in there when I put that in the bill. And the reason for that was because the past projects were being used not for the purpose of what the predator fee was for. I'm going to give you an example. One of them, where do coyotes den? And they spent all that money and found one den, and we lost all that money. And another project they used a predator fee was for, what do lions eat? Well, they don't eat sagebrush. We know what they eat. And so these were not useful projects for the money, so that's why the 80% was put in there. Now, you can't do anything about the weather, but you can do something about the predators. And this deer and horses presentation was very good today. And he said the deer congregate and concentrate during droughts. Well, so do predators. They're smart. So what you need in this predator plan, you need an emergency projects here to save the deer when this happens, because the predators concentrate on the deer and the deer in a small area. And so you need the flexibility to when this occurs, to make a project to save the deer. I'm not saying that predators is not the only factor. And I'm not saying kill all the lions, but only keep them in control. And here's the problem about deer in Nevada. The predator biologist stated he knows nothing about deer in Nevada, and I've got that on tape. And that's one of the problems you have here. And on the bill, there's a the State Predator Animal and Rodent Committee. Senator Gonachia put that in there, and it's useless because when I went to the meetings, they had real good recommendations. They're ranchers and everything on good predator projects, and they were completely ignored by NDOW. And so there's no interest in this committee even meeting because no one follows their recommendations. And the same with the commission. You can make recommendations, but they don't have to follow them. So it's really a useless words in the bill. And so in conclusion, it's important to make sure we have effective predator projects here. That's very important because predation control is an efficient management tool. And I hope the commission looks at these projects real carefully, and thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I'll move to adopt the fiscal year 2024 Predator Management Plan as presented, and to the extent possible, to use projects 37, 38, and 47 to prioritize the mule deer enhancement projects.
A second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, we'll go to agenda item number 6J, Regulation Simplification Report, Management Analysis, Megan Manfredi, Informational. A report will be provided on the submission of proposed regulations or sections of regulations that were simplified, clarified, or removed per Governor Lombardo's Executive Order 2023-003 directive.
How about now? Thank you, Chairman, members of the Commission. Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. I'm here today to discuss the Executive Order report that was sent to the Governor's Office per the mandate of the Executive Order 003. The regulations found within that report were discussed by the Regulation Simplification Committee and then brought to the Commission in April's meeting that were approved. And so we have forwarded that on to the Governor's Office. And so I encourage Director Janae or Dag Burkett to jump in, but I believe we still do not have guidance onto what is happening next. Yes, okay. So we're just kind of in a waiting period. We don't know what's going to happen with these regulations, but at the time that we do, we will bring that to the Commission either in a report, a department activity report letting you know that they have been accepted as is, or on a future agenda item that will be an action of the Commission. So I guess with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Director Janae.
Yeah, Alan Janae for the record. So as we mentioned at the April meeting, commission meeting, is that we would bring this back to you in its final form so that you knew that the report was completed and that the public could see it, because as we discussed it, it was often in a fragmented approach, and so this is the complete report, just carrying through with that public information piece of this. But it was forwarded on to the governor. We have not heard back as far as what the next steps are. I'm sure that they're well overloaded getting all of this type of information from every state agency, so we expect that we may be hearing something probably later in the summer. So.
Any questions for Megan? And I just want to thank you. The final report too, I think it's very well put together. It's easy to follow, and I just want to applaud the department and Megan for doing it. You guys did a really good job.
Thank you.
I know it's a lot of work, yep. So thank you for that. The next item is the department activity report. We've been going for an hour and a half. Does everybody want a quick bathroom break, or do you want to grind your way through it. What's the flavor? Bathroom break? Okay, let's take, yeah, all right. Let's take a quick, we'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll get to the agenda item 6A. if we're ready and the department's ready, we're gonna get rolling again. So we'll go to agenda item number 6A, Department Activity Report, Secretary Alan Janay and Division Administrators, informational. The report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife Activities.
Great, thank you very much. Alan Janay for the record. Leading off the activity report with the Director's Office. The Director's Office has been busy keeping up with several legislative hearings and meetings, which were reported on this morning in the Legislative Committee report. The department also gave a presentation to the Senate Natural Resources Committee on March 28th. The first committee passage deadline was April 14th, and the first House passage deadline was April 25th. The leadership team is now completely staffed with every chief position in place. You're familiar with Mark Freeze getting the Habitat Chief, Christy Knight getting the Chief Game Warden, and we're happy to say that Sean Espinoza is the new Chief of Game. And so he's here in a new capacity, and we're now filled out at the leadership team. So we're really happy with that. And now we'll just be backfilling positions. So the Deputy Director Goshert Jordan and newly appointed Habitat Division Administrator Mark Freeze attended the Interim Finance Committee on April 6th for work programs and donations. Myself, Deputy Director Jordan Goshert, and Management Analyst Kelly Musso are this morning we're at the budget hearing, budget closing this morning. That went well. Passed out of committee as GovRac. There was nothing extra, there was nothing taken away. So we kind of got what we came with, so that was a positive. The Director's Office officially submitted the reports on the executive orders 003 and 004 on behalf of the Commission. The one we went over earlier, 003. The Governor's Office has acknowledged the receipt of those reports and will be in touch with us to identify any questions upon review. And with that, I will pass to the Game Division. That's Pat Jackson.
Hello again. Game Division activity report. Game Division participated in a big game tag application seminar hosted by Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, BHA, Nevada chapter in Reno. BHA held a pint night at a local brewery, and Cody McKee, Mike Cox, and Cody Schroeder gave presentations covering all big game species. There was some great dialogue and questions from over 40 BHA members who were in attendance. Game Division staff finalized the end of the year survey results, quota recommendations, and have compiled annual reports for the status book. Staff specialist Mike Cox wrote an article for the NBU Journal on Nevada bighorn sheep status, challenges, and future, including a 2022 season overview and long-term trends, what's happening to our bighorn sheep, and what does the future hold. Mike also developed Nevada's report for the Desert Bighorn Council and presented it to the 57th Desert Bighorn Council meeting in Alpine, Texas in April. Mule deer have shown a substantial decline in some areas of the state. The worst hit areas were in the eastern region, such as areas 10 and 11, where observed fawn ratios were well below average and the winter conditions lasted well into the spring. Overall, the department's quota recommendations represent an approximate 40% decrease compared to last year's approved quotas. Department staff captured 26 mule deer on the Moray Bench in Unit 163. The impetus of this project originated from the Mule Deer Enhancement Program. These collaring efforts will assist biologists in accessing critical mule deer winter range use, identifying key stopover areas for transitioning deer in Area 16, and assessing demographic parameters for this declining population. It is important to note that over half of these captures were fawns from the previous year, and all deer were in better than expected body condition. The subgrant process has also been completed to allow Tonopah biologist Hunter Burkett to acquire his master's degree with the data collected through these efforts. I didn't know that. pronghorn have fared much better than mule deer in many parts of the state, although biologists observe some elevated adult mortality and record low fawn counts in southern Elko County and portions of White Pine County. On a positive note, the department counted record samples of pronghorn and high fawn recruitment in several herds, including hunt units 043 to 046 in Pershing County, 141, 143, and 151 to 156 in Lander and Eureka County, and Management Area 6 in Elko County. Sportsmen should experience good hunting opportunities and healthy animals in those units in the upcoming year. Upland game, sage-grouse counts are winding down across Nevada, but are showing some promising results in various areas of the state. In the bi-state area of Nevada and California, preliminary results from USGS monitoring efforts suggest that overwinter survival for sage-grouse was high, exhibiting the resiliency of these birds even under harsh conditions. Looking forward, infrared flights to count sage-grouse on leks were recently completed. 10 areas of the state were surveyed to help augment ground surveys, which were very difficult this year due to snow, mud, and road washouts. The department, along with the Eastern Sierra Land Trust and Nevada State Lands, is very close to completing a key conservation easement in the Desert Creek area of Lyon County. The easement would benefit multiple wildlife species, but will also be extremely beneficial to the bi-state sage-grouse population. The department elected not to move forward with the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse capture effort in Colorado to augment the Bull Run Basin population due to weather and access conditions in northwest Colorado. We will look to the spring of 2024 to initiate these efforts. News from the Western region, we are pleased to announce that Becca Carnelio will be taking over the position that was previously held by Heather Reich. The Western region was able to overlap coverage of the urban wildlife biologist position so that there was no lap in coverage for the ongoing and increasing conflicts with the urban interface. The transition of the job will include on-site training and an in-depth look at how the responsibilities of this job are best prioritized. We are saddened to lose Heather and all her expertise, but are excited to have Becca started in this new role. In the Southern region, Game Division staff, in coordination with Habitat staff, have received a signed decision to rebuild approximately 15 water developments in Lincoln County. Staff are in the final stages to fence multiple springs in Nevada, both on private and public lands. Game Division and Habitat staff went out into the field recently with the BLM archaeologists to clear 3 new guzzler sites in the Muddy Mountains. That completes my report.
Any questions for Pat before he walks off? I think you're free, Pat. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator. For our technical review program, the program continues on potential for modifying sage-grouse habitat management categories for the BLM sage-grouse plan revision. And recently, we began reviewing the BLM's proposed rule on conservation and landscape health with comments due on June 20th. The program continues to participate on various energy projects, including the Greenlink North and Greenlink West transmission line projects, as well as the cross-tied transmission line, oil and gas lease sales, geothermal lease sales, Stagecoach Wind, Libra Solar, Esmeralda Solar Complex, and White Pine pump storage projects. The Energy Review Program under technical review has received a total of 18 applications since the first of the year, including 12 solar projects, 4 transmission line projects, 1 fossil fuel project, and 1 energy storage center. For our Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team program, They met on April 5th, and the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council held a public hearing and reviewed NAC 232.400 through 232.480 in accordance with Governor Lombardo's request to discuss potential opportunities to streamline, reduce, or otherwise improve the regulation. No new changes or determinations were made out of the existing regulation. The SET will hold its bi-monthly SEC meeting on May 12, 2023. The main focus of this meeting will be revised update to the habitat quantification tool to include a space use index using sage-grouse location data from across Nevada. The SEC requested the inclusion of the space use index for both credit and debit projects. In our rehabilitation and restoration program, Endow biologists and staff have been busy planning projects and applying for funding. The wet year has limited access for implementing projects so far this year throughout much of the state. Field biologists are now starting some project work in those drier portions of the state. Vegetation monitoring crews are being trained and expected to collect several hundred treatment effectiveness points at the Tamarack and Strawberry fires and multiple Forest Service habitat assessment framework sites. Our vegetation monitoring program is also piloting a rapid assessment for treatment success plots on roughly 50,000 acres of existing treated and untreated fires in collaboration with the Ely BLM and multiple partners at USGS, Fish and Wildlife Service, and the BLM National Operations Center to test the effectiveness of collecting more management-focused data that can be turned over quickly and combined with remote sensing data to rapidly inform treatment effectiveness. For our wildlife management areas, flooding will be a major concern this year at Mason Valley and Carson Lake WMAs. Both the Walker and Carson River systems were above 300% of normal snow water equivalent as of April 1st. Irrigation districts in both rivers have been continuing with precautionary drawdowns of upstream reservoirs since early February. At Carson Lake WMA, we have the potential to see water levels 2 to 3 feet higher than experienced in 2017, which has prompted the Truckee-Carson Irrigation District to construct a 6-foot berm along the north side of the WMA to protect adjacent landowners from flooding. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mark? Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you. So out at the Carson Lake, I mean, you have that big, massive ditch that they dug. That won't move enough water to prevent flooding?
It will be in use, but not enough to prevent some of the flooding. So on the north side of the WMA, TCID is building a 6-foot berm, and I believe that may be something we go and tour at the next Fallon Commission meeting in August.
Because that's impressive. I don't know if we've all been out there or not, but that's crazy because that ditch out there, that thing holds a lot of water. I mean, if you see the area that's out there that they're talking about getting flooded, I mean, it's insane how much water's going to be out there. If we're digging a 6-foot berm out there, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I believe the estimates are that the elevation could come up 3 feet over what it was in 17. And so that's why they're building that 6-foot berm.
So no access to the roads out there. They'll all be underwater.
On the WMA, most of them will be up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's an impressive amount of water.
I believe predictions on Lahontan Reservoir is that there's enough snowpack on the mountain to fill that 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
So they're going to be passing a lot of water.
And we'll have some video to share with you of the flooding to date in our external newsletter that's going to go out next week.
All right, thank you, Mark.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Newmark, Wildlife Diversity Division Administrator. We reported in our last update that staff had completed winter hibernacula surveys, swabbing bats to search for evidence of white nose syndrome or the fungus PD that causes this disease. We are pleased to report that all of our samples have come back negative. Winter hibernation surveys are limited at sites or difficult to access, and the sites are in remote areas due to snow, and targeted group of bats that are in the Myotis genus are really hard to find. Our knowledge of hibernation sites are limited, and even at mines and caves where we know they are hibernating, individuals are really hard to locate in the mine because they really like to hide in these small, tiny crevices. So new this spring, diversity staff are going to be supplementing our winter surveys with spring emergence surveys, sampling bats as they emerge from hibernation. Staff recently finished sampling in southern Nevada at Grapevine Spring in the Spring Mountains and at the Joyce Big Game Guzzler in the Specter Range. And just this week, we sampled bats at Ferguson Springs in northeastern Nevada, and we'll be working around the Ely area next week. Several partners are also working with us in completing these samples, including Southern Nevada Water Authority, that'll be working in the Las Vegas Wash, and the National Park Service, who will be focusing on Lake Mead and Death Valley National Park. The last week of April found most wildlife diversity staff conducting shorebird surveys throughout the state. These surveys are part of a West-wide Pacific Flyway coordinated project, and they'll continue for the next several years with one survey in the spring and another one in the fall. We are actively working with agency partners as well as volunteers from local Audubon chapters to maximize counting efforts at over 40 sites throughout the state. Increased water levels this spring have added some logistical challenges to our surveys, but from a bird perspective, the increased water is going to greatly increase their available habitat. The BLM and NDOW recently partnered on a large data collection event called a BioBlitz down in Amargosa Valley. This is where a large number of biologists from various disciplines gather to take a complete inventory of the area of interest. This area, the Amargosa Valley north of Las Vegas, is a highly diverse area. It contains large intact Mojave Desert scrublands, sand dunes, and a large riparian area at Ash Meadows. It's also facing a number of threats from development, namely solar development and also groundwater pumping. The BioBlitz was attended by more than 25 volunteers as well as agency partners. Sampling methods included visual encounter surveys for lizard species, road cruising for snakes, small mammal trapping at the 2 dune systems, mist net trapping at 2 water sources for bats. They put out bee bowls to measure bee diversity, scorpion visual encounter surveys, and then they also did a whole lot of botanical identification surveys. We managed to locate and sample genetics for 2 Mojave fringe-toed lizard individuals, and we also were able to trap desert kangaroo rats, which is a species of greatest conservation need, and we caught 11 different bat species, so it was a pretty cool event. Here in the north, wildlife diversity staff in the Tahoe area have been working on bald eagle surveys, osprey monitoring at the Memorial Point Active Nest in conjunction with the Forest Service, and removal of hazard trees along trails with the Nevada Division of Forestry. 5 Martin camera stations were deployed earlier this winter, and those will be checked as soon as we can get there when the snow melts, probably July. Additionally, northern goshawk surveys continue with no detection at this time. And finally, pond turtle telemetry was conducted on both the Carson River and the Truckee system. We were looking to locate 10 different turtles that have been fixed with transmitters in the last few years. They were all located and they're all still in hibernation. So we'll be checking them again later this month. And with that, that's all for diversity. Any questions?
Any questions for Jen? I'm not seeing any, thank you. Chairman Cavilla. And Commissioners, for the record, Chris Crookshanks, Fisheries Division Administrator. Biologists statewide are still reeling from record-breaking precipitation levels due to a very memorable winter. Most reservoirs throughout the state are at or near capacity, and the springtime runoff is unlike anything any of us have seen in all of our careers. Spring stocking is well underway throughout Nevada, with many waters already receiving their spring allotment of trout. Selected stocking of streams and rivers will be delayed until runoff subsides. Similarly, stream survey work throughout most of the state will be delayed due to prolonged high flows. Fisheries Division personnel are wrapping up annual reports and annual planning meetings and turning their attention to field activities. Summertime seasonal positions for the Fisheries Division have been selected, with employees starting very shortly. A division-wide fisheries coordination meeting was held at the Rafter 7 Ranch at the Walker River State Recreation Area in late March. This represents the first time the entire Fisheries Division has met in 13 years. Pertinent division and related topics were discussed, and a tour of Mason Valley Hatchery was given. We also hosted Scott Bonar from the University of Arizona to discuss fisheries standardization techniques, as well as Sudeep Chandra from the University of Nevada, Reno, who presented on current fisheries work being done on the Mekong River in Cambodia. From our fish hatcheries,
After an extended vacancy, Gallagher Hatchery welcomed the arrival of Jeff Williams as the new hatchery manager. Jeff comes to us from West Virginia and got his first taste of a real Ruby Valley winter. Work is progressing on getting bids for the Mason Valley Hatchery cooling tower and purchasing the pump motor replacement at Gallagher Hatchery as well. In addition, a new well is currently being drilled at Spring Creek Rearing Station. All these projects are crucial to meet continued demands for hatchery fish. From our sport fish and native aquatic species, all fisheries headquarters staff spend a considerable amount of time in preparing and revising annual grant submissions. Due to continued uncertainty in federal funding, the Fisheries Division has made and will continue to make a concerted effort to seek non-traditional sources of funding to achieve work program goals and objectives. From our AIS program, the eradication effort targeting Australian red claw crayfish in ponds at the Clark County Wetlands Park was not successful. AIS and Southern Region staff are coordinating with Clark County officials and DRI faculty to identify future eradication and control plans. eDNA techniques will be used to monitor future successes of this project. From our Eastern Region, like most everywhere, received above normal snowpack in all basins this year. As of late April, most reservoirs were still completely iced over, with only Wilson Sink and South Fork reservoirs being ice-free, which is unheard of to have ice on waters this time of year. Springtime fishing at all Eastern Region reservoirs is anticipated to be great, with most reservoirs anticipated to be spilling. Fishing in local streams and rivers will be delayed until midsummer when flows recede. Fieldwork will also be delayed with the above normal snowpack. Many thanks go out to White Pine County for their assistance and funding for a much-needed outboard motor for the Eastern Region electrical fishing barge. From our Southern Region, the National Park Service conducted a much-needed prescribed burn to eradicate tamarisk and palms along the discharge channel at the Lake Mead Hatchery in late March. Many thanks go out to Endow law enforcement personnel for helping with on-site project logistics. The Spring Devil's Hole pupfish dive was completed. It resulted in 175 fish, which is identical to last spring's survey and the highest spring count since the year 2000. Barring anything catastrophic, huge fish numbers, relatively speaking, should be expected this fall. Substantial flooding occurred at Eagle Valley and Echo Canyon reservoirs in late March due to a rain-on-snow event in Lincoln County. Fisheries personnel assisted Endow engineering staff and state parks with dam protection measures at both reservoirs. Southern Region biologists assisted the Conservation Education Division and hosted a booth and casting pond at the Clark County Fair in early April. And from our Western Region, the outlet valves were opened at Marlette Lake in March to reduce the lake level prior to springtime runoff period to prevent overtopping of the dam. This is a little outdated, but both outlet valves have now been closed and the lake has dropped 5 vertical feet in elevation in preparation for runoff. At this juncture, it appears that annual spawning activities in Marlette Lake will be canceled due to inaccessibility caused by the heavy snow load. Annual fish collection and monitoring activities at Third Creek and Incline Village are underway, with several lake resident fish already being captured. But once again, due to high flows, the weir at Third Creek will not be installed this year. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 2 questions. One is, you mentioned Eagle Valley and Echo Canyon reservoirs. I had seen some pictures of some flooding out of both of those areas. I'm just curious if there was any damage to either of those dams at those.
No damage was realized at either one of the dams of both those reservoirs. The spillway at Echo Canyon did its job, and it worked fantastically. It cut down quite a bit till it reached a hard layer. But as far as the dams are concerned, no damage at either one of them.
Yeah. And then my second question is, just curious, with the unusual weather this year and ice in some of these reservoirs, is there any delay in your planned fish stocking of different reservoirs throughout the state?
Absolutely. With ice being on the reservoirs so much longer this year, Our hatchery staff has been pretty strained because they're on a pretty rigorous schedule on when they need to get fish off station. Obviously, can't put fish into a reservoir with ice on it, so they've been doing a heck of a job in trying to get fish off station to places that were ice-free and doing a juggling match. But like you said, I mean, as of last weekend, Wild Horse Reservoir still, it was starting to get really sloppy, but it was still completely ice covered.
With the late ice, and then if we get the temperatures rise rapidly, do we have the potential to have some fish die-offs too if the lakes?
That's always a potential, especially with ice being on the reservoirs for so long, and you've got that anaerobic decay happening underneath the ice. So that is sort of anticipated. I think a bigger concern is a lot of our high mountain lakes. Who knows when the ice is going to come off them? It's going to be a long, long time. And generally, if you have really severe winters like this, you can lose some serious fish populations in your high mountain lakes.
Okay. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Administrator. The 2023 Big Game application, Data and Technology Services, Licensing, and Hunt staff are in the final weeks of the 2023 Big Game application. I'm going to throw out my notes at this point and give you some live data. As of right now, we've received 263,806 applications with 51,859 customers applying. Average applications per customer is 5.09, which is higher than we've ever had in the past. We still anticipate about 33,000 more customers will apply over the next 5 days before we close. So the biggest amount of what we're going to see is going to be these last 3 days, basically Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We did add Wednesday in this year as an extra day, so we're hoping that it's a little bit slower than in years past. The Big Game validation team has been busy running test draws and redefining their validation processes, which will allow us to catch any data anomalies prior to the final draw. The last day to apply for tags is Wednesday, May 10th at 11 p.m. This year, we are sending a team to Louisville, Kentucky, to Gordon Darby's headquarters, where we will conduct the draw on Wednesday, May 17th, with the results being released to clients no later than 9 p.m. on Friday, May 19th. The 2024 Heritage Tag proposals. The department received 11 proposals from vendors for the 2024 Heritage Tags. That presentation was given yesterday to the Heritage Committee. Geographic Information Systems. We are currently in the middle of hiring for the vacancies in our GIS unit. I want to give a shout out to diversity biologist John Young, habitat staff specialists Lee Davis and Jasmine Kleiber, and game staff specialist Cody McKee for assisting and processing ongoing data requests in the absence of us having any GIS staff. Information technologies. Finally, the last group is information technology. Staff are finishing up computer replacements in our regional offices and doing physical inventory. They've also been working on getting voice and data communication in place for the new Fallon office to open on time, as well as upgrading the internet in our main regional offices. We're pleased to announce that we hired an IT professional in our Las Vegas office, which is the first time that the department will have any permanent IT staffing in Vegas. So with that, I will take any questions that the commission might have.
I know Commissioner East has one, and I have one as well.
Can you repeat those numbers? I was sitting here in awe, so I didn't write them down, but I like to write them down.
Okay, so for applications, we've received 263,806.
Okay.
For customers that have applied so far, 51,859.
Okay.
Per average applications per customer is 5.09 applications.
Okay, thanks. That's amazing. Great.
Yep, with 33,000 more to go.
I'm curious too, how are we tracking as far as application numbers to where we were last year? about
We are
this
right
period?
on par. Yeah. It's almost like equal.
Okay, that's awesome. Any additional questions or? All right, thank you.
Christy, I'm a little short. Christy Knight, Game Warden Chief for Nevada Department of Wildlife. Since the last commission meeting, the Law Enforcement Division has a new chief. That would be me. I am a native Nevadan and have been a game warden for the department since 2004. I began my journey in the southern region and then transferred to Fallon, from there to Reno. Then I took a captain's position, then lieutenant position for the past, it was almost 7 years. And now I'm honored to be chosen as the chief of law enforcement. I've held meetings with all law enforcement personnel, including field wardens, lieutenants, captains, administrative assistants, dispatch, and communications to help guide me in the direction the division needs to go. 2 game wardens completed field training and are now patrolling on their own. One is out of Overton and the other is out of Panaca. However, the Overton one just moved to a Reno position. The game warden lieutenants and 1 captain conducted new hire interviews. Out of those that were interviewed, 4 were offered a conditional offer of employment and 3 accepted. Those accepted conditional offers are 2 for Las Vegas and 1 for Eureka. The 3 candidates are now in the pre-hire testing. Once they pass that, they will be hired and attend the Post Academy in Carson City starting in July. Game wardens have devoted a lot of patrol time for shed antler closures in eastern Nevada. Game wardens have also responded to many wildlife concerns, including feeding big game, injured big game, dogs chasing big game, mountain lion sightings at several residents, removal of dead big game, bobcats in chicken coops and residential neighborhoods, coyote sightings in residential neighborhoods, and bears in crawl spaces. Game wardens have investigated a deer attack on a person that was unfounded, a self-defense claim for killing a bobcat, 3 juveniles shooting deer with BB guns who were turned over to their guardians, young deer dying in neighborhoods on doorsteps in Spring Creek, a bear in the Spring Mountain Range outside of Las Vegas, self-report of wrong characteristics of a deer taken last November. The hunter felt guilty and needed to get it off his chest, is the reason he turned himself in. A bighorn sheep possibly taken in the wrong unit, stolen traps, the use of illegal gill nets, mountain lions taken without a tag prior to harvest, and a possible unsealed sheep from years ago that was turned in by the hunter, but the sheep had been sealed. Game wardens coordinated with Wildlife Services on depredation and public safety issues with mountain lions and coyotes in southern Nevada and western Nevada. Game wardens assisted on or were first on scene of rollover accident, a head-on collision, and assisted a semi-truck driver stuck on the side of the road of a 2-lane highway. While at Lake Mead on boat patrol, 2 wardens noticed a subject in a pickup truck doing Brodies in an open area by pedestrians and vehicles. The 2 wardens contacted the subject, who was driving impaired. The wardens arrested the subject for DUI. This year will be a great boating season, and the wardens are out patrolling the southern Nevada waterways. They have already arrested 1 person for operating a motorboat while intoxicated. Game wardens assisted the game division with mule deer capturing and collaring, assisted game with flight surveys and sage grouse lek surveys. Game wardens have assisted with multiple community relations events in the past 2 months. Game wardens taught hunter education and attended Wells High School Career Fair, the Outdoor Expo, Clark County Fair, and local Bass Club meetings. If there are any questions?
Any questions? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. Just congratulations. I had an opportunity to work with Christy on some stuff about 10, 12 years ago now, I guess. And she did an awesome job, and I know she'll do very well. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Commissioner East.
I do have a question. There was a bear in a tree last week here in Reno, and I know you all assisted, was it fire and somebody else?
Yes.
Why did people think it couldn't get out of the tree? That was the initial question I had. I'm like, why did they think that he couldn't get out or she couldn't get out?
I do not think that was the issue, that it couldn't get out of the tree. It's that it's been in the neighborhood for a while. And we believe this is the one that went from the airport over to there. So we were getting a lot of calls and sightings of it. So it was to remove it, because obviously it could be a public safety issue.
Yeah.
And also because we were just getting a ton of calls on them, we needed to remove it from the area.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
I guess I have two questions for you. The first is, you said there was a report of a bear in the Spring Mountains. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was it confirmed?
It was not confirmed. We did go out, and biologists did go out, couldn't find any bear tracks in that area.
Okay, yeah, that one struck me as a little odd, but I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. But and then the second, were there any Chenaler citations issued this year?
That I am not sure. I want to say yes, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I will get that for you, though.
Okay. All right. Doesn't look like anything else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Chris Vasey, Conservation Education Chief, for the record. Just going to answer the question a little bit on the bear. Just to let you all know, the media really took part of that big time, and we had it all across all three channels here, and then it went national, and then it went international. Millions of people saw that, so it was well covered, very well covered. I'm just going to go into some of the events that we've held. Eastern Region hosted its Sage Grouse Experience event April 22nd for 40 participants of public to have unique wildlife viewing experience, to visit a sage grouse lek. Conservation education staff and game staff were present to answer questions. This year's Clark County Fair reached a record number with over 108,000 people attending this year. Endow provided education opportunities to the fair, covering 12,400 square feet of an exhibit space. Nearly 3,000 youth visitors completed their wildlife passport activity, in which they visited at least 10 of these 12 unique displays. Education stations included nest building, fishing, fly tying, safe boating, living with wildlife, just to name a few. Volunteer, the recent Sage Grouse Guzzler Bill volunteer event was recently advertised to attract more families, to get younger folks interested in helping with these projects. The event was attended by 115 volunteers, including 3 Boy Scout troops. Conservation education staff provided education opportunities for the Scouts to earn their mammal badge. Food was provided by Nevada Bighorns Unlimited and Pershing County Chuckers Unlimited. On the outreach front, we had urban wildlife coordinators are starting to see an increase in call volume due to spring baby season, with lots of reports about baby birds, mostly goslings. Posts went up on Nextdoor, Facebook, Instagram, and highlighted what to do if you find a baby bird. April was Volunteer Appreciation Month, and the volunteer coordinators have highlighted volunteers and volunteer projects on our social media for the month. April podcast was recorded with coordinators to share how people can get involved with various opportunities and Endow has to offer. Endow participated in a multi-agency social media campaign at the end of the March through leadership of Sage West. The campaign was called Swipe Sagebrush, and involved a social media post that mimicked the online dating profiles, but featured species with sagebrush. The campaign was a success, gained high-performing posts, and considered discussion on sagebrush species to our social media. Very entertaining stuff. So I don't know if anybody saw it. Education, the Nevada State Project Wild Coordinator wrapped up the month-long small grant project through the EPA to create a diversity, equity, inclusion outreach project using the Project Wild curriculum. The project involved changing the structure of education workshops, testing it out, implementing it with our staff. This project was led to the partnership with NV Teach program through UNR, where students will work with Endow and the Project Wild team to continue to create more inclusive, accessible outdoor education program. Media highlights, Endow PIOs have been interviews with various news agencies. The topics included rattlesnakes, big game tag application period, which you probably have seen a lot of our stuff, wildlife in neighborhoods, Indell's fish stocking program, bear awareness, and more. Department staff concluded at least 7 interviews on bear awareness alone over the last month, including the one I just mentioned. Over the last 30 days, Indell was mentioned in broadcasts and printed in news 110 times, averaging 6 mentions per day. We want to welcome a new staff member. The Conservation Education Staff Division hired Hannah Van Tour as our new publication coordinator, a graduate of UNR. She spent the past 5 years working as a marketing manager for Rowdy LLC, a local nutrition company. Before taking over Rowdy, she was a teacher with Washoe County School District for nearly 18 years. And then lastly, I'm excited to introduce Bobby Jones, our outdoor connection coordinator, and that's why I'm at the end here. Coordinator who is going to talk about our new program that we are launching called the Nevada Youth License Fund. If you're already applied for your tags, you may already be aware of the new fund, but we'd like to take this opportunity to tell you a little more about today, focus on the fund, and how it's going to help us connect more kids to the outdoors in Nevada. So without that, I'm going to bring up Bobby Jones, unless you have any questions. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bobby Jones, Outdoor Connection Coordinator for the record. And I passed out a one-pager to you guys earlier. Maybe you had a chance to look at it, maybe you didn't. I'm going to try to do my best to answer as many questions as I can, kind of outline the why, the what, and the how behind the fund. And also would like to keep a little bit of ambiguity because we took the direction of something very good today is better than something perfect next year. So we still have a little bit of the details to iron out, but I'll jump right in. For those of you who haven't heard me speak before, I just want to get into my title a little bit, Outdoor Connection Coordinator. So I have 3 jobs: connect people to the outdoors, help the department engage and serve broad audiences, and enhance nature or enhance conservation in Nevada, hopefully by doing the first 2 things. And I have 9 pictures here slated. All of these are different ways that we can connect people to nature, from going on a walk with your dog to boating to hunting and fishing. And that is what we have keyed up today because the Youth License Fund is specifically geared towards that and for kids. And just one more slide full of pictures that I want to get people to. I talked last time a little bit about the Relevancy Project and the health benefits of spending time outdoors. And I was laughing at the slide today. We're talking rotary phones, Motorola's, and I don't have to tell you that it's kids don't need any help sitting in front of a TV or getting on a tablet or getting on a phone, but they could use a little help in getting outdoors. And we're just trying to shift a little bit of their time from the phones to the outdoors. Here's a picture of the one-pager I gave out. All of this information is available online as well. But in essence, what we wanted to do was come up with a way to make it easier for kids to spend time outdoors. And although we don't sell licenses for hiking or wildlife viewing, we do for hunting and fishing. And what we came up with was kind of a novel approach kicked around between a bunch of different staff that we would give the opportunity to people to donate money towards kids' licenses that we would then give out. So we're essentially trying to make a free license to kids that are 12 to 17. We only sell combination licenses to youth, so it's just the one license. It's good for fishing, and if someone gets their hunter ed, it would also be good for hunting. It's a donation-driven program, and I want to tell you it's the first of its kind because we're not aware of any others, so we didn't really know how it would go per se. We launched the fund, so to speak, on the big game application opener, just kind of a soft launch, and you probably haven't saw many advertisements outside of when you go to the checkout screen. If you purchase a license, you'll see it keyed up there. We did a podcast, and then we also have a post on our website, and I'll show you what that looks like here in a second. But essentially, the idea is that we're just trying to come up with novel ways to move the needle. We do lots of good work. This is just a family-focused, kids-focused program that will probably benefit kids that are disadvantaged socioeconomically the most, but it's designed to benefit all kids. We're not trying to create new qualifications for kids to receive the license. We're just trying to put more licenses in kids' pockets, just make it easier to go hunting and fishing in Nevada. Here's just a quick picture. If you are going to apply this year or you're purchasing a license online, you're going to see this keyed up. Would you like to donate to the Nevada Youth License Fund? Just notating here that we do have a web page dedicated to it on the website, on the endow.org website, and that we did send out a podcast to try and go through a little bit more of the nitty-gritty behind the new fund. And although a lot of my job is beyond R3, it's a really popular term, the R3 community. R3 work has been done for decades. They just only recently decided to put it together and say, hey, we want to recruit, retain, and reactivate people. And for those that aren't familiar, recruit in terms of bringing a person into the population, so to speak, selling a license to a person, retaining, keeping that person, purchasing licenses through subsequent years. And then for those that go away for one reason or another, we want to reactivate those people. That would be the R3 kind of sticking points. And I just bring this graph up to give a little bit of context to youth licenses in Nevada through the last 5 years. And this data is on a calendar year basis, but the blue bars are resident youth. The gray bars are non-resident and resident, and then the small like yellow bar, orange bar you'll see there is our non-resident youth licenses. So you'll see a clear peak in total license sales in 2020, and then a pretty significant fall off from there, especially when we look at just the residents here. So almost 14,000 in 2020, and then we've slipped down to 10,278 in 2022. It's just a reflection of COVID, but it shows us that there are a lot more kids that under different circumstances are out fishing. And just like to point out, they haven't gone anywhere. We actually have more kids. The state's growing more quickly than we are getting new youth into these activities. This is one way that we see that we can kind of engage different groups of people and hopefully just kind of grease the skids, if you will, and work with partners on doing the same. And this is just kind of a throwback to the Relevancy Project and things that we learned. I know I spoke about it last time, but when we did the qualitative interviews with groups that represented all kinds of different audiences, the one thing that they kept coming back to in terms of an event that's well-known, well-attended throughout the state is Free Fishing Day. It's a Free Fishing Day poster here, which is popular in its own right, but this is the one time we call them, some people call them potentially the never-evers, or the only under these circumstances are they going to go fishing, or it's something positive. And this is essentially, we're trying to create a Free Fishing Day for kids all the time, and the idea being that we can do specially targeted events too, and where we're bringing a trailer full of fishing gear, reaching out to the community saying, come on down, we'll get you completely set up, trying to reduce as many barriers as possible. But that's something that we heard in those interviews. I also want to point out that cost $15 for a youth license isn't an exorbitant amount of money, but it may be just enough to keep people from doing something like going fishing. And it was one of the top 5 barriers to spending time outdoors that we got. And I want to say it was 10% of Nevada adults said that. And kids have a lot less influence on discretionary spending within the family. And then also just hearkening back to the positive health benefits associated with getting kids outdoors or people outdoors, spending more time outdoors no matter what they're doing. And I probably raced through that more quickly than everyone was hoping for, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to ask me questions.
Any questions for Bobby? Commissioner East.
This is really exciting to me. As Chris knows, especially, my dad was really, really active with kids fishing, youth anglers, and gosh, sorry. He's been gone 23 years, just last week. And so this is really, really near and dear to my heart. But that wasn't my question. How are you identifying these kids? So if I say, okay, I want to support 3 or 4 of these, how do you identify those kids that get a license?
Thank you for the question. Bobby Jones for the record. To be honest with you, we haven't gotten to that point yet. So we haven't started doling out the licenses, and it's more subject to scalability and what can we do based on the funds that we get. Since this is completely novel and brand new, we really didn't know what to expect in terms of what could we do. But I think it will be a handful of different things. And that, I mean, me personally, I'll just speak for myself, that I think this is a chance for us to build relationships with different community groups that maybe we haven't been able to in the past, and working with them. Say, I like to point to like a Boys and Girls Club or a Boy Scouts or something like that, where you wanted to take a group of kids fishing. Well, I mean, taking your kid fishing isn't that big of a deal, but if you want to take 5, like what's that look like? So reaching out to community organizations, we can also, I mean, if we wanted to target specific groups, like I said with those, I don't know if I mentioned, it's called a First Catch trailer, but we just got one in the South. And the idea being that we want to promote and advertise those events within communities. Say we're going to an urban pond, something that's in close proximity, and reaching out to that community specifically. But we'd like to, the hope and the dream and the ideal scenario is that you have funding, that you don't have to be overly concerned or restrictive of how they're getting out there, and we're just getting out as many as we can.
And have you had much response yet?
I would like to say yes.
Okay.
I would anticipate that on the conservative side, it would be more than hundreds of licenses that we're going to be able to give out. And that's without essentially advertising or marketing the program strongly, because it's also we're sensitive to, we don't want to knock on the same doors all the time. And the hope is that a lot of people from different walks will see value in something like this, and that we're trying to make a meaningful difference at the state scale. And I know I'm speaking like a politician. I just don't want to get us too far ahead. Yeah, we're excited to try and scale up the best we can.
Okay. Thank you, Bobby. I love this.
Right now, we probably have 1,400 licenses that we could sell or put into action, not sell. Yeah. So, and that's growing as the application period moves, and then donations come in and other forms of donations. So it's going to apply quickly.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I'll be interested to see and hear future reports. As word does continue to get out on this through social media and others, and not only just through the application process, but who knows where we may find donation dollars coming in from various, again, individuals, philanthropic corporations, what have you. Who knows where that may go? But I think it's a great idea, a great cause, anything to get the youth involved and to your point, away from phones and tablets and enjoying the outdoors. And then the only other thing, just a statement, and maybe to Mr. Vasey and the education group, but I did have a chance to go out to the Clark County Fair. First time I'd been to the fair in 15 years, at least. And I did have a chance to walk through the exhibits, and I was really amazed at the sheer numbers of people and the numbers of kids that were participating in the various booths and activities that were out there. So I've heard about it off and on over the years, obviously, but to physically get there and put my eyes on it, and it was really pretty spectacular. So hats off to NDOW for that.
I guess I have a couple questions, Bobby. So is the plan to start implementing this like next year? Is that the plan?
Actually, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll let you finish.
No, that was my first question. That was one of them.
Bobby Jones for the record. To answer your first question, the plan is to roll that out actually this summer. We haven't put a hard date on it, but we expect that we will be able to do that starting this summer.
Okay, and then I guess this money, is this going into a pot where we're assured, if this pot grows, this money stays in that pot, if that makes sense?
Bobby
Into
Jones.
an account that's solely earmarked for this purpose?
100%. That was one of our things that we needed to work through, was creating a donation account specifically for this fund, and which we were able to do. And just taking one step back to Commissioner Rogers' comment, is that we would like to make formal requests to different groups, and we don't know who exactly those are and what that will look like. We're kind of building it as we go. And Chris was without me for the last few weeks because my wife just had a baby, or we'd be more on top of it. But we're getting there. We're putting it together right now. But we're just very excited to, this is one of the most fun things I've had the opportunity to work on personally.
Director Janae.
Yeah, and I will say that Bobby's somewhat suffering from lack of sleep, but I can say that, I mean, when they came forward with this idea, I was just like blown away. I was like, holy heck, why didn't we think of this sooner? And so big kudos to Conservation Education. But I think that this is such a cool opportunity. And contemplating, I mean, my mind, as soon as they told me, I was like, this thing's gonna blow up. And I'm like, and we're gonna be able to do so many things with this. And there's a lot of things that we're talking about, you know, as you know, those free fishing days, those, as kids get done with their hunter safety, you know, classes. It's like you could offer the opportunity for anybody that wanted a license walking out of that, they could walk out with a combination junior license. There's a lot of opportunities there, and I think part of the hope is, you know, bringing this new generation in, but how many of us get hooked by our kids on something that they're interested in? You immediately get drug into it. So we're hoping to hook a few parents as well. But yeah, I thought this was just brilliant when they came forward with it, and I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg as far as what we've seen so far in the application process. And this is really, really cool stuff.
No, and I agree completely. And I have to thank Bobby and the department, because I kind of sprung this on them at the last second, asked them to give us a report. So I really do appreciate that, the report today, so. That's it. All right. Thank you, everyone. All right, I think that with that, we'll go to agenda item number 7, elk damage payment exceeding $10,000. Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody McKee for possible action. Per NAC 504.421, the commission is required to approve any elk damage payment above $10,000. An elk damage assessment on the Granite Peak Ranch in White Pine County totaling $28,346 was completed by department personnel and submitted for reimbursement by Bruce Hubbard, agent for the property.
Chairman Cavilla, members of the commission, Cody McKee, Staff Specialist, Game Division for the record. You just kind of covered what we were going to talk about today. I am back. In 2021, we did ask for a similar reimbursement for the same property, Granite Peak Ranch. I have my Onyx maps pulled up if you guys would like to see where this property is and some of the challenges that it poses for us. If not, no big deal. So in 2021, we had about 40 to 140 elk using these fields from June to November. This last year, we saw that use start in April, and it lasted until about November as well. But one of the challenges is the cost of a ton of hay went up about $100. So we saw the cost incurred by having elk on these fields went up for Mr. Hubbard. We have implemented hazing strategies at the ranch to try and deter elk from using the property. We implemented a new depredation hunt in 114 and 115 last year, hoping that the pressure from hunters would deter elk from using the property. We had 36 elk harvested on that hunt last year in Unit 115. Unfortunately, I can't tell you if it was from Granite Peak Ranch or from the Spring Valley Ranch on the west side of the Snake Range, because we don't break our harvest statistics down that way. So we're trying to address the issue. Unfortunately, these elk are very persistent in visiting these fields in particular, and it's been an emerging problem over the last 4 or 5 years. In conversations with Tom Donham and Cody Mangini, this really hasn't been a problem until more recently when drought conditions really sat in the area. We have an elk refuge in the Snake Range and Great Basin National Park, and so they have a place that they can go to get away from hunters, but then during other times of the year, they're able to go down to these fields and have a bite to eat. So it is a challenge for us. We're still working through it. At this time, we're requesting the commission to approve this damage reimbursement, and we will be going back to the drawing board with the ranch to come up with alternative methods so that we don't have to continually come to you, but there's no guarantee we won't be.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I just had 2 questions. One is, I know this has been an ongoing issue and discussion, but one question I did have is, has the ranch been given or issued landowner compensation tags as well? Or has it just been these damage dollars?
Yeah, Vice Chairman Rogers, Cody McKee again for the record. So the damage compensation tags only apply to antelope and mule deer. So we don't issue elk damage compensation tags. What we do issue are elk incentive tags, and that's kind of a totally different program. So we don't issue those tags for cultivated ag lands like center pivots. Rangeland and riparian meadows can be eligible for incentive. What we can issue here are private lands antlerless elk tags, which are essentially depredation style hunts where the landowner's able to choose the hunters of their liking, that they're comfortable with, that they feel safe packing a rifle around their infrastructure and helping to push some of those elk off the property. This is one property that we haven't quite figured out a way to get that hunt implemented, but again, we've got this other depredation hunt that we're hopeful might alleviate the issue.
Yeah. And the second question, real quickly, in looking at the numbers, and forgive me, I don't know, I'm sure it probably is accurate, but just curious, it was showing here a valuation or market value of $385 a ton. Is that reasonable? Is that fair market? I don't know if that's low, high, right on the money. Just curious.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I had the same thought in 2021 when it was $300 a ton. The market for hay right now is absurd. If you're in the business, you probably are well aware that it's not easy to come by cheap hay. So when I saw this assessment, I actually gave Commissioner Barnes a call because I know that he had recently purchased several tons of hay to help get his cows through the hard winter, and he said, no, that's right on the money. This is exactly what we're paying right now. It feels like highway robbery. I guess if you're one that's lucky to have alfalfa, that's kind of your gold right now. So yeah, this is a valuation that's pretty close. In fact, it may have gone up since that time. I'm not quite sure what the market's done over the last few months.
Cody, in one of our cab minutes or reports, there's a comment that the landowner hasn't fenced the area. Can you respond to that?
Yeah, that Commissioner East, Cody McKee, for the record, fencing in this particular instance is a little bit of a delicate conversation. And the reason that I say that is it would take about 12 miles of fencing. And at our current contracted rate, that's about $1.2 million. So The fence itself at a $30,000 annual payout would pay for itself in 33 years, and that's assuming things don't change, landowners don't change, the fence needs repaired. So in saying that, it is an option. I mean, in the memo, I indicated we're well supplied in our elk damage fund. Those are sportsman's dollars, and I like to spend those as wisely as I can. There's a very nuanced element of this NAC, and that is if you offer a landowner a fence or other materials or payment to help address depredation issues and they decline it, they're no longer eligible for any of the other depredation programs. And so when we go to have those conversations with the landowner, we want to make sure that we're all on the same page with that offer. Because again, depredating elk in Nevada is an issue that the department is responsible for managing, and we don't want to just throw fences out there knowing that they're not feasible to do, only to have the landowner say no, and then we put them in a bind, and we create bad relationships with ourselves and the industry here in the state.
Thank you.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then the end of that conversation, when you get into that tailspin, as they say, come and get your elk.
Yeah.
And that's ugly. That's the worst thing that can happen. So we really are, these are tolerance programs. You know, we've talked about it before. So, you know, your thought process makes sense to me. You know, yeah, 12 miles of fence, that's a lot of fence. And elk are hard on fence.
Yeah.
You know, you said they're persistent. They're really persistent sometimes. So it makes sense to ride it out as best you can for a while and hope that it improves with some of these other activities that are going on. And so I'm on board with, for me, it's a lot of money, but in the overall scheme of things, you know, losing the opportunity to work with that landowner would certainly cost us substantially more, so.
And just to be clear, Cody, the Granite Peak Ranch, this is the one down on the border, right, with Utah. I'm very familiar with where it's at, and I mean, this ranch is down in the middle of the flat. These elk are crossing a lot of flat to get to this ranch. It's kind of, you know, the SNWA fields, they're pretty close to some protection of the trees. This one, I mean, they're out in it's kind of, I guess it's kind of amazing the elk are, I mean, I guess alfalfa's cracked, so they're willing to cross that flat to get down there. But I mean, you wouldn't think that the elk would want to go down there, but they do. And then you've already touched on it, and I read some of the CAB comments, the difference between the elk incentive program and when it's cultivated land, and that does create a lot of confusion. I don't think a lot of the CABs understand how that's set up, but I myself don't have a problem with it. And I agree with the fencing, and those are big pivots down there in the middle of the flat. It would take a lot of fence to fence off those pivots, so. Any additional commission comment or questions? All right, we'll take it out for CAB comment. Any CAB comment?
Dave Slaga, Clark County CAB. We had quite a bit of discussion on this. We were unanimous 7-0 to pay, but the big discussion was what's going on up there. From is the rancher gaming the system to what's the actual condition with the elks and that sort of thing. But after listening to Cody's testimony and talking with some other people, I'm quite satisfied that they're doing everything they can. What I would ask is that when these come up in front of the CAB, that you would provide more background information so that we have a better understanding of what we're actually talking about. We have been spending about 45 minutes talking about this at the CAB meeting. Ultimately, we voted 7-0. After listening to all the information that's come in front of the commission, I agree with the assessment of the commission, and I'm sure the CAB does as well, that you're doing everything you can. Thank you. This generated a lot of comments from the public. That's the primary reason I came up here. I almost forgot. So we had a pretty good turnout of public, and some of them came just for this particular agenda item. So the public was very concerned about it. And again, more information would go a long way in the CAB meetings. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional CAB comment in Reno? Seeing none, any CAB comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, if there's no more discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval for the elk damage payment. That is the request there exceeding $10,000. Elk damage totaling $28,346.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Agenda item number 8, Administrative Procedures, Regulations, and Policy Committee. Committee Chairman David McNinch for possible action. The APRP Committee has concluded with committee meetings and will focus on the last policy through the commission. So agenda item number 8A, Commission Policy 23, Predation Management, fourth reading. APRP Committee Chairman David McNinch and Deputy Director Mike Scott for possible action. The commission will review Commission Policy 23 and may make any necessary changes and may decide to repeal, revise, or adopt the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, this doesn't have to take very long. We're in a good place now. Sat down with Mike and Kaylee, and we kind of hashed out some stuff. What you have in your packet is the original, the 2016 policy as it was amended in 2016. So you've got that, and then you have what's proposed today. No strike through. It's complicated. To get rid of ambiguities in language and to adjust things and reword things, you would have taken language here and put it over here, and you would have crossed this out, and it was very difficult to follow. So we're prepared to, if anybody has any concerns, to address any specific issue, largely with a couple of exceptions. What was in the 2016 policy is in the new proposed one. It's just been reworded or moved around, and similar statements removed. And I don't know, Mike, is it worth going through them? I guess I can let you kind of throw out your stuff, and if we have questions or if people have, I can go through real quick the 2 or 3 major areas that might be of interest, and then go from there. So I'll turn it over to Kaylee and Mike.
Would you? Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. As he stated, we did meet to discuss the public comment from the last meeting, and forgive me since I was not at that meeting, but I believe most of the comments centered around adding back in some of Commissioner Wise's suggestions that had been deleted on accident, and then adding the letters STU under predation management plan back in, since those were deleted before. And I think the main concern from the public was letter U, which was a status update of the previous year's plan by project to include cost expenditures, the amount left, how many years it has been ongoing, and the status of project over the lifespan. The other changes made were fairly minor, like deleting large and small, and just leaving the word carnivore. Suggestions made like that earlier on in the APRP committee meetings. I do know Staff Specialist Jackson has a couple minor changes that he would like to suggest, and I will leave it to Mike in case I missed anything.
Yep, Mike Scott for the record. She didn't miss anything. They were very minor changes, with the exception of adding those letters STU back in at your request.
I'll just add a couple more quick things. So section B of the old policy that dealt with policy for wildlife management activities for the protection of non-predatory game animals and sensitive wildlife species. That was removed because in 2015, the statutory language was modified. And any reference to that kind of stuff, I'm sorry, maybe I got, yeah. And so those references aren't in the new, well, wait a minute, Mike, I thought it was the education component. Oh boy, I hope it better not.
Yeah, Mike Scott for the record. Interestingly enough, we removed the education and the habitat components of this. And I guess if we drag it out long enough, we may be back doing the habitat portions in this. So,
Which I know Commissioner East is going to mention some stuff here shortly, so we'll give her moment in the sun too. But so the bottom line is that the policy is aligning with changes that were done in 2015, and there was one real big change. In section A, if you were trying to track A1, 2, 3, and on through 7 and see where they ended up in the new policy, what basically happened was the department had taken the NRS and basically replaced those paraphrased in the 2016 version with the actual verbatim language in NRS. So either way works for me. I think we've decided to stick with the NRS. You know, it's verbatim, so it's right out of statute, and so it's not paraphrasing, it's quoting, and that works. So that's why it reads kind of different. It appears real different if you're trying to compare, but one was more of a paraphrase, and this is just back to statutory language. And then there was one other place that I wanted to highlight that was a little more maybe substantial in some way. Under predation management plan, I'm sorry, I got the wrong page there. Where's 5? It's on page 6 anyway, and it's number 9 on page 6. There's a reference to project, the contractors or grantee of a project from the previous fiscal year shall submit a report to the commission. That's been changed in our new policy to the department. And the reason for that would be if we had all the people submitting their projects and stuff directly to us, it's going to dead end and be all a mess. If it goes to the department, they can coalesce everything, put it in a report, and provide us with what we're looking for. So that was the major. Otherwise, a lot of rewording and combining and trying to get rid of duplicate statements and stuff. But it's where it needs to be at this point in time. So I'll leave it at that and let if Pat has some suggestions, we'll go from there.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist. For the record, I have a request and a clarification. So if you were looking at page 4.
Of new or old?
Of new.
Okay, we're going to work on
under the Predator Management Plan, 1F, the monitoring level. If you'll recall in my Predator Plan presentation, I would request that you strike that and that just be included in the project type, so that in the written plan, there is not a project type and a monitoring level. That's my request. And then my clarification, if you look at 1U, towards the end of that first line, amount left, I assume you mean dollars left over, dollars unspent.
one more time, Pat. Say that again.
Under 1U,
Right.
the same section, a status update of the previous year's plan by project, cost expenditures, amount left. I assume that's dollars left over.
Yeah, would you want it phrased that way?
I think that would be more clear.
Dollars left over?
Yeah. Yeah, dollars remaining.
That's fine.
And those are my only two
Okay,
pieces of input at this time.
thank you. Okay, so if there was no other suggestions or comments, I'll let Commissioner East throw out her concern that she expressed to me earlier, and she's got a good point, and if we won't, yeah, go ahead.
So under, and on page 2, under 4, the Department B, shall not adopt any program for management and control of predatory wildlife developed pursuant to this section that provides for the expenditure of less than 80%. While we're waiting for AB 70 to morph and be approved, do we want to wait to approve this policy so that we don't have to wait another 3 to 10 years to update it? And that was just my concern, that there's so much work that goes into these, and this one has taken a long time in particular, that it just feels like it's a month away. You know, we could do this at the June meeting and it would be done. But that was just my suggestion to Commissioner McNinch.
And I'm okay with it. I mean, it took a long time to drag it to here, so. And guess hindsight, maybe I'm getting bailed out a little bit. If it would have occurred 2 or 3 months ago, we might be talking the same way. So I don't have a problem with waiting it out. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And, you know, it's, yeah, I don't think it's a problem to wait it out another meeting if we have to, so.
No, and I'm in the same boat. It's taken this long. What's another month? I don't have a problem waiting either.
We're in a good place with it. I have to admit, you know, I tried to struggle through it a few times, trying to understand exactly what had occurred from the 2016 to the new version. I really, I sat down and I just really grounded it out. What is it? Grinded? Mice? So I fought through it, and I definitely had a very different, I understand what exactly the thought process was, how it was put together, why it was put together. And I'm definitely, we're okay. If we get to June and nothing's happened with that AB 70, then this is good. So we don't have any more work just approving it, so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, and I agree. I support holding off a little bit until we find out about AB 70. But just curious, if this was approved as is and AB 70 does change, what happens? Does this policy automatically change, or is?
It wouldn't change automatically. We're just sitting with conflicting with the statutory language that our policy conflicts with. So we would need to turn right around probably in September or August, whenever our next meeting is, and get on it and fix it is what we would do. So
all good waiting.
Yeah.
I just had a couple editorial things. Kaylee, there's a couple spots. There's a number 10 on page 5 that there's nothing there. And then there's a couple places where we're like spacing out between the paragraphs, and then we do it in some spots, but not in others, just for, like on page number 5 of the new one, there's a 10 that just needs to be wiped out. And then even at the top there, so we go 5 to 6, and then all the other numbered bullets are spaced out, just stuff like that. That's all real minor. We might as well make it look good.
And also on page 4, under number 4, fourth line down, there's an "and as" at the end of that paragraph. There's a space between M and N above, so I think.
Okay, we'll go through that stuff. The version that I had, the new doesn't have those, so I'm working off of and mine's probably older than this version. So we'll go. I'll make sure that we go through that and clean those editorial things up too, and we'll go from there. So yeah, I was working off my old stuff. And I made some assumptions, so we're okay.
I guess this this, we're not going to take any action today, but it was an action item, so I'm going to take it out for cab comment. Is there any cab comment on Commission Policy 23 in Reno? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment in Reno on Commission Policy 23? Correct.
I just had a hard time hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I know that you commissioners are in tune with this new draw contractor, but I just want you to hear my concerns, if that's okay. Gordon Darby is located in Louisville, Kentucky, and any office in Nevada.
Mr. Lent, real quick, we're still on agenda item number 8.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Policy 23.
I
Yeah.
couldn't,
No, you're good. If you want to wait 1 minute, then you can come back up. Public comments next, so.
okay, thank you.
All right, any public comment in Reno on Commission Policy 23? Okay, seeing none, any public comment on Zoom on Commission Policy 23? Okay.
Go ahead, Jana.
Chair Cavilla and Commissioners, Jana Wright, Clark County. I spoke against the policy in March, and I would like to thank the department and the commission for addressing my concerns. And with Pat's corrections, I'm good with the policy now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom? No? Okay, with that, I don't believe we're going to take any action today. Okay. All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 9, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Go ahead.
Sorry I didn't hear it right.
Fine.
Let me just start over. I know that you commissioners are in tune with the new draw contractor from this morning, but I just want you to hear what my concerns are, if that's okay. Gordon Darby is located in Louisville, Kentucky, and is there any office in Nevada? And there really should be one, but the answer is no. But as a state contractor, they should have an office in Nevada for Nevada people to respond to. And if you look at their testimonials, which tell you the experience of the company, and I looked at it, and they got, some of them are Family Automotive, Arizona Air Quality Director, New Hampshire DMV, Automobile Dealers Association, Arizona Air Quality, Vehicle Emissions, Texas Parks. That's why they acquired Calcami on the draw. And it's a new company now from Calcami, which did the draw. And the web states, the new web states of Gordon Darby, they state there are no refunds on purchases, and they have suitable security system in place. And I don't understand that. What is this? And in 2023, a few months ago, they acquired Endow's complex tag draw system. And employees of Calcami still run the drawing because they were hired by Gordon Darby. And the question I have is, can sportsmen and interested public watch the draw process? Calcami says no. And I think that's an injustice to sportsmen and the public. And their web says they share a common family type, quote, family type culture and devotion to customers. And I think that's wrong. Wouldn't you think acquisition still has to play the new company corporate rules that they're under now? And which state? Devotion to customers. And I'm going to quote in the website, quote, focusing on customer service and treating people the right way, end of quote. How did one company take over from another company without going to bid? And I think we need to see the contract. And some of the important things, I think, was the price renegotiated And what was the cost to Sportsman? Because we got Sportsman rep here. What was the cost to us? Because we're talking about several $1 million contract. What are and their question, I think, is important, is what are the financial ramifications of the transition from Calcamy to Gordon Darby? Because these are Sportsman's dollars. And what did it cost us? I don't have anyone that can tell me that.
Your 3 minutes are up, Mr. Lance.
I know this commission has no authority over this process, but you should be interested for Sportsman's sake. And I encourage you to read about Gordon Darby, what they are all about as a company. And it's very important because they got a lot of different policies in here that I think are important since they're doing our draw system. I think it'd be interesting to look at the foundation of the company, and it's all in the web there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Jim Cooney for the record. I provided testimony during the January meeting with a request to get the survey information from the report cards to be available before January 31st. As a CAB member and the biologist, that information would have been very valuable when we were looking at setting the seasons and other decisions that the cabs have to make. After that particular point, I talked with Deputy Director Scott. I sent an email with a request to you, Mr. Chairman, and to the director, and I believe to Kim, requesting that the possibility, or see exactly what the possibility would be in order to be able to provide that. In a conversation in January with Mitch, representing Calcamy, it seemed as though it could physically be done, and so I bring that back to this commission to see if we can move that ball forward to get that information a little earlier rather than waiting until January 31st or a little later than that. So that's what I come before you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any additional public comment in Reno? See any public comment on Zoom? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Jana Wright, Clark County. Evidently, I had my hand raised and I was trying to lower it. So no comment from me. Thank you, though.
All right, anyone else on Zoom? No? Okay. We will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Thank you, everybody. It was a long day.